Have you ever danced with the devil? Took a glance at a rebel, had a chance to advance. You are not on my level. You are not my equal. I can pose another sequel. Those that do oppose, I was exposed and leave you see through with the spies in my eye. Recognize me as a legend. Refuse to cry or die so I may never get to heaven. I've been yelling and rebelling since the days I was a youngin'. Been a long time coming, I'll be damned if I'm running. Original individual, so I'm living like a criminal. Give it to you, food direct, no need to be subliminal. Say a nigga name quick, but never to be famous. Put this thing up to your brain, and I'll leave you brainless. Got you suckers, ducking knuckles, watch you buckle as I chuckle. I can see right through your heart. You don't wanna start no trouble. Thought I couldn't get it crunk, well hell I beg to differ. I'm far from a punk and ain't your ordinary nigga. Fake niggas, I'm back. The game about to change. I ain't playing games, I'ma put it in your brains. Fake niggas, I'm back. The game about to change. I ain't playing games, I'ma put it in your veins. I'ma break them all, break them all. Let me break them all, break them all. I don't care if you ain't scared, be prepared to take a loss. I'ma break them all, break them all. Let me break them all, break them all. I don't care if you ain't scared, be prepared to take a loss. I can see me leading the legion, screaming in the evening. I had the kids pleading, why is daddy not breathing? See, daddy was a heathen, daddy was deceiving. Told him last season, all I'm needing is a reason. I have no sympathy, consider me a lethal weapon. Remain a mystery consistently, I keep them guessing. With the world on my shoulder, my heart turns colder. Life ain't what you think, before you blink it could be over. Ready for revolution, retribution's a solution. There is no forgiveness as you witness evolution. The world revolves as I evolve, take a stroll through my soul. I don't plan to ever pause or take it easy on my foes. Break them off with a pencil in a simple instrumental. Situation detrimental if you disrespect my mental. This is how I really live, I hope I never have to kill. I represent self-defense, if I have to then I will. Niggas, I'm back, the game about to change. I ain't playing games, I'ma put it in your brains. Fake niggas, I'm back, the game about to change. I ain't playing games, I'ma put it in your veins. I'ma break them all, break them all. Let me break them all, break them all. I don't care if you ain't scared, be prepared to take a loss. I'ma break them all, break them all. Let me break them all, break them all. I don't care if you ain't scared, be prepared to take a loss. I don't wanna beef with anybody, but I'm far from afraid. I'm a grown ass man, ain't no games being played. Better shut the friggin' mouth before I kick up in your house. Forensics at your residence, no evidence to figure out. Wasn't seen, had to see, no if or answer in between. This is what I do to you or anyone who intervenes. I refuse to be a prey, not tomorrow, not today. I'ma be a predator. Hell, there is no other way. Bust your brain if I must. Leave it laying in the dust. Only God understands. That's the only man I trust. The rest of y'all die slow, die with your eyes closed. Talk behind my back, but you can't look me in my eyes though. That's what you call a coward. You can find me down in Broward. Tell me where you want it at, I'll be there in a half an hour. Diamond chains, take them off. Haters, I'ma shake them off. I only deal with the real. All of the rest, I break them off. Niggas, I'm back. The game about to change. I ain't playing games, I'ma put it in your brains. Fake niggas, I'm back. The game about to change. I ain't playing games, I'ma put it in your veins. I'ma break them all, break them all. Let me break them all, break them off. I don't care if you ain't scared, be prepared to take a loss. I'ma break them all, break them off. Let me break them all, break them off. I don't care if you ain't scared, be prepared to take a loss. Assassin.
Acknowledge me.
What's up, Straight Talk Society? This is your host, Trevor, and I'm back with another episode of Straight Talk with Trevor, the podcast, where no topic is off limits.
I ain't trying to fuss, but it's a must, you gon' respect this. Plus your nuts with touching dust, you trying to check this. You ain't insane, I write your name down on my checklist. You think I'm playing, I leave you laying, I leave you breathless. As human beings instead of being so many try to. You ain't seen what I have seen in my society. society.
Hey, I'm just a man with a microphone. Always seek out the truth for yourself, because if not, you'll fall victim to other people's interpretations.
Straight Talk Sessions live.
You're gonna acknowledge me.
What's up, Straight Talk Society? This is your host, Trevor, and I'm back with another episode of the Straight Talk Sessions, the Man Talk Monday edition. So real quick before the real show starts, I'm just waiting for my co-host to get in. You know, I always like to get in a little earlier to give some announcements for things that we have planned coming up in the week. Because tonight's going to be a real serious show, and I don't know how long it's going to be. I don't know. Peace Tequila, peace Nini, and to those of you watching in the clouds, please make sure and hit that like button. I don't know how tonight's show is going to go, so I just want to get everything out of the way. Coming up this Wednesday, we do have Wrestling with Reality. I gotta find it. Should have been quicker with the trigger. For those of you who know, my stance on AEW wrestling, I was tasked with watching 2 shows this week, and I did watch one of them. I'll watch the other one tomorrow, and I will be reviewing it, so you'll get that. Then coming next Monday, which one comes first? Yeah, next Monday, Straight Talk Sessions, Man Talk Monday, we're going to be doing an episode entitled The State of Emergency. And that's going to be talking about the amount of our young black males that are in the juvenile justice system. So y'all be sure and tune into that one. That was going to be a real interesting show. And then that Friday will be the debut episode of Straight Talk After Dark, the Straight Talk Sessions After Dark, which is my foray into late night talk radio. It's going to be an adult-centered, unadulterated, unhinged show that anything goes, just more adult-themed, a lot of sexual innuendos, things like that. And so it definitely won't be for kids. Will definitely be an adult-centered show. So that's what we have by way of shows. Please make sure and check out that Pour Your Heart Out show from this past Friday entitled The Vagina Monologues. Really, really great show. They had a lot of interesting thoughts. I'm pretty sure Nini will get some clips together, and you know, even some of the things that the men were saying pertaining to the show. So it's going to be a great show. It was a great show. We have a lot of things coming up. A lot of future shows planned with the Man Talk Monday crew, as well as the Pour Your Heart Out crew collaboration. So just let me give you a quick about what tonight's gonna be. So let me just say this right now. You guys see the name in this corner says Mr. Straight Talk of the Straight Talk Society. Mr. Straight Talk is a character that I play. It's a character that I developed, and it allows me to just be that unhinged guy where I could go off and I could be this guy. Some people call me Mr. Manosphere. Some people say I hate women, which again is the stupidest thing in the world. People say some of my talking points are ridiculous and everything. So all that comes out of the Mr. Straight Talk. That's all that comes out of the Mr. Straight Talk. But tonight's show, you're gonna get Trevor. You're gonna get plain old Trevor Johnson. Everybody knows my name. It's not a secret. If you look up Straight Talk with Trevor, it'll show you my name. Everybody knows my name. So there you go. I dox myself. My last name is Johnson. People have said it in the chat plenty of times. Tonight you're gonna get Trevor Johnson. And the reason why I wanted to do tonight's show is because of there is a disgusting culture going around the black community, and it's being perpetrated over these YouTube streets. every time I look around, every time I hear panels, I hear people openly talking about harming children. And when I say harming children, I mean sexually. And it's got to stop, man. At some point, the men, like the men of the community, it's crazy that the women are the ones standing up fighting against this stuff. And it's the men of the community that's not saying a damn thing. They're like literally sitting back and their talking points. I don't want to give too much away before the crew gets on, but their talking points are like, oh, you know, that's just how we did it. That's just how things go. Now, man, we can't stand for that. You know, the truth of the matter is, I always talk about community building. You guys always talk about there's this gender war. I don't believe there's a gender war. I've said it from day one. There is no gender war in the Black community. We seriously have a communication problem. That's the issue. Black men are going to do what they want to do. Black women are going to do what they want to do. There is no war. There's a war perpetrated on YouTube. Like what you see on YouTube is because it's crazy. What you see on YouTube doesn't represent what's really going on in life. You know, I go around from show to show and I listen to these shows and I listen to the things that's going on and I see it and it's very disheartening. Very disheartening. And me as a grown married man, 43-year-old man with a young daughter, some of the things that I hear these guys say on these panels and the guys that are holding the panels, they don't check them. The guys that are running the shows, the guys and the women that are running these shows, they don't say a damn thing. They like to laugh it off. They laugh it off like, oh, it's just a joke. Oh man, you hear a guy talk about grooming a young girl, and you laughing it off like, oh man, that's just the way of the world. Here's the one I always hear. Your grandparents did it. I bet your grandfather is older than your grandma. So what? So what? We always, it's funny. It's funny that we always talk about how we don't do things like grandma and grandpa used to do. We always talk about, oh, nobody's going to stay married for 50, 60 years like grandma and grandpa did. So why the hell do we glorify the fact that grandma and grandpa got together when grandpa was so much older than grandma? Like, why do we glorify that fact? We don't want to stick to their traditions as far as raising a family. We don't want to stick to their traditions as far as staying together. We don't want to stick to none of that good stuff. But the thing that we like to hold on to, oh, my grandma got my grandfather got my grandmother when she was 13. My grandmother had 10 kids. My grandmother personally had 18 kids. She had 18 kids. She just died a few years ago at 104. So I'm not sure at what age she started having kids, but I'm almost certain that it was at a very, very young age. And we could say things was different back then. That's how it was. That's how they were doing things. But what about now? We live in a world where grown men are glorifying sleeping with 12 and 13-year-olds. That's the world that we live in today. And that shit doesn't fly over here. I'm telling you, to those of you watching right now, if I catch wind of anything and it could be proven that anybody I deal with has any of these type of charges or anything going on, now you can't deal with me. I don't deal with men. I don't respect men that don't take care of their kids. And I for damn sure don't mess with men that abuse children. Like that's the big no-no.
So, with that being said, we're gonna get started with the show. I don't know where my as he say I'm so handsome. We're gonna say I don't know where my co-hosts are. I don't know. Maybe this one was too heavy for him, but you better believe I can go it alone. It doesn't matter. So we're gonna be back on the other side. I'm gonna run the intro and everything. Tonight's gonna be heavy. So here's the thing: if anybody, well, there you go. There go the man with the plan. This is tonight. Mike, I can't see you for some. Oh, you know what? I'm in the wrong layout. Oh, okay. Yeah, listen. What happened? Mike. Oh, all right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. So here's the deal. Tonight is gonna be. Hey, Mike, I just want you to hear something. I'm just messing with you, man. But I was gonna wait until the other time. But listen,
being right isn't always the point. That sounds about right. That guy sounds wise.
We're just gonna hit you. We're just gonna hit you with that every now and then.
Being right's not always the point. That man sounds like a genius.
But what we're gonna do is just waiting for Kevin Wayne. What we're gonna start. What we're gonna do? I am gonna open the floor. I already reserved that tonight's show is gonna probably go long, just because I have a lot of videos. I got a lot of stats. We're probably going to go longer tonight. What I am asking is that if there's any survivors of childhood abuse or trafficking or anything that would want to come on the panel. Now, I'm not talking about anybody that just wants to come on and grandstand. What I'm talking about is somebody that really was a survivor. You dealt with this. The floor is open. You could come on. We give you an open floor, man, to talk about what your experiences, how you dealt with it. But so the floor is open. But tonight, you getting, like I said, this is the one time you're not getting Trevor, you're not getting Mr. Straight Talk tonight. You're getting regular old Trevor Johnson, a guy that has a young daughter, a guy that has a wife, and a guy that's, regardless of what people say, is just a black man in America. And I'm tired of it. I'm just tired of it. So we're gonna see you on the other side.
Acknowledge me.
Come take a walk through my heart, a stroll through my soul. Being smart from the start, wasn't taught, wasn't told. You could climb through my mind, or fly through my eye. And in time you will find what I rhyme is not a lie. Come take a walk through my heart, a stroll through my soul. Being smart from the start, wasn't taught, wasn't told. You could climb through my mind, or fly through my eye. And in time you will find what I rhyme is not a lie. See you dealing with a vicious mind, heart cold like Christmas time. Every time I write a rhyme, put it all on the line. No need to hold my tongue, hold the mic like you hold a gun. Haters, I'm the chosen one. Fakers, I don't roll with none. Don't you ever test my heart. Been a rebel from the start. I ain't got time to play no games. I'm too busy playing my part. Keep my mind on my mission, living by my premonition. View the world with blurry vision, stressing in high definition. Walking the path unknown to most. The one that I love, I hold them close. Every rhyme I wrote was dope, no jokes, so folks can overdose. Lyrically, I'm legendary. Yes, I'm very necessary. Fans to see my adversary buried in the
What's up, Straight Talk Society? This is your host, Trevor, and I'm back with another episode of Straight Talk with Trevor, the podcast, where no topic is off limits.
Straight Talk Sessions, live.
You can acknowledge me.
It's Monday. It's man talk. It's man talk. It's time to man up with your host, Trevor, Michael, and Wade.
But we have a responsibility and a duty to be fathers. Not to just make babies, but to be real fathers. And you can't expect any good to come to you if you don't visit any good on your son or your daughter. So, be a man.
This is Deja. She loves unicorns. Liam likes sports. He wants to play college basketball. Adia dreams of being a TikTok star. Owen loves art, especially painting. And this is Anna. She has her entire life ahead of her. All children will experience the trauma of child sexual abuse. Deja will attempt suicide twice in her lifetime. Liam will start abusing drugs and alcohol in the next 3 years. Adia will start drinking at 15. Owen will suffer from chronic depression. Anna will be diagnosed with failure to thrive, struggle in school, and deal with an unwanted pregnancy at 16. It needs to stop, and we can help. Supriya exists to liberate individuals and society from child sexual abuse and its lasting impacts.
All right. So I don't know where Kev is. I'm trying to see what's going on with this screen.
Yeah, it won't let me. It won't let me turn off the cam.
Huh. Wait a minute.
I guess the same people that let what's his name, Leinstein go. They trying to block.
Hold up. I'm trying to see. Uh-oh, what's going on here? I'm trying to see what's going on with Kev. Hold on, y'all give me 1 second. Got a little technical difficulty. So you saying it won't let you stop your camera?
Nah. Whenever I take my camera off, it takes me off the screen like this. See, I'm still there.
I just added.
Yeah, it's acting up today.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. See,
What up,
it's
what up?
because it's Cam. Same thing with him. Hey, Kev.
Yo. What
You
up,
on your
brother?
phone, right?
No, I'm on my laptop.
All right. Cover up the cam and then turn your cam on.
Oh. Let me see. Okay. Now he's muted.
Yeah, when he just turned his, he was on. Y'all bear with us. This the enemy here.
That's what I said. It's the Weinstein people. They're trying to block everything.
This the enemy here. We're gonna get through this because we've never had this issue.
I just got off of work. I ain't want to look raggedy, but hey, I'm here. Let's do it.
Let me see what the hell.
Yeah, I'm not ready to be on camera, but let me get some good lighting. I'll just turn it on.
We can hear you. I just can't see your avatar. Like
that's what he's normally saying. Oh Lord, that boy's.
Yeah, but if I drop some gems, I don't want Mike getting the credit.
Yeah, see, look at that. It's not.
That's my dog.
Yeah, but why isn't it putting Kev, turn your camera on. Let me see something. Yeah, see. Huh. Well, I don't know what's going on. We see your logo. We don't see your We don't see you though.
Right, because his cam is on. When you have your cam off, they put up the avatar, but now it's just erasing it. And for people trying to clown me, I had this cup made for my daughter.
And it disappeared. That's weird.
Oh, make sure your computer doesn't have a slide on the like on the camera. Like mine has this where I can slide it on and off.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some good lighting because without it, it's not a good look. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we just gonna have to rock out because you guys y'all seen Kev on the thumbnail if you looked anyway, because I finally added him to the thumbnail. So all right, so we see we see a video like that. What's the first thing going through your mind? Because it's showing you scenarios of young kids and then going into the future, basically saying like, hey, this one's going to be abused, this one's going to be abused, this one's going to try to commit suicide, this one's going to try to do this, this one's going to try to do this. So what's your first thoughts when you see stuff like that?
Well, it's a little different for me because I've actually worked with people like that. I think I've told a couple stories since I've been here. I've seen some heinous, like, the one that hurts me the most and makes me want to cry is a little girl who was in a place where she shouldn't have been because both of her parents were abusing her. Both. Like, I know everyone likes to believe, the dad, is it? The mom and the dad. And the only one that saved her was her brother. And she was in a place, in a government institution or a place with government oversight that they really didn't care. They weren't there to try to talk to her or to help her. They were just there to house her until the judges decided what to do with her. And this girl shouldn't have been there. And I talked to her for a couple hours, but you could tell it was like talking to my daughter now. I didn't know at the time because I was in my early 20s, but it's like talking to my daughter now. My daughter is 9, but she's a baby. Like if I dropped my daughter on the corner, she wouldn't know how to get home. So this was a really young girl. And I can see how the damage that would be done by a predator would it would just, you know how they say there's gateway drugs?
Mm-hmm.
It would be a gateway situation that would lead everything else to oblivion. And I've seen it. Like, I'm not going to tell it all now, but I'll tell you, as a person, I don't like to say this much, but I will. As a person who is a victim myself, I was a victim when I was young. And not the big eyes. Calm down, son. Calm down. We'll talk about it another time. But as a person who's been a victim myself, back when I was 6, it has led me to not only be, as a lot of people will tell you, I say hypersexual, but mistrusting of everyone. Like, I've never felt like I fit in anywhere. I've had people who see me and, they're like, oh, who him? He's cool because of the personality I have. But most people, I could count on my hand the amount of people who aren't related to me whose house I've slept over. Trevor happens to be one of them. And it's just because I could vision, like you've heard me talk about my daughter, like she goes to the mailbox and I'm on the ring, like trying to find her because I can always see the negative, and it's cursed everything I've done. It's cursed my relationships. Every girl I've been with knows about it, but it's just, I can't lie. It makes me a better dad because I don't think there's anyone that can get the wool over my eyes, but I know there's a reason me and Keatot get along.
I wasn't aware of any of this.
Yeah, it's not something men talk about, and there's many reasons which I won't get into why men don't talk about it. There's a couple of them that are derogatory, a couple of them that are just society, a couple of them that are just testosterone. I was lucky mine was a female, so I don't have, just an older female, I don't have the stigma of a man touching me, because I know me, and if it was a man, I know what I did to the female when I got older, and I know what I would have done to the guy. You know what I'm saying? And I know a lot of people like to assume that, oh, dude, you got this early and you got that. It messes you up here. It does. I can tell you that from it messes you up. You see everything different. People, shoot. I shouldn't have started. I'm just saying it taints everything. You think people like to go, oh, you get over it. It's not something that you get over. It taints everything you do. It taints everything you think. It taints how you look at people. It taints how you look at people who are too nice to you. Like, I don't know if you've ever known, you probably never noticed this, but anyone who's ever given me a compliment, my initial reaction is shut up. You know what I'm saying? My initial reaction is, man, shut up. Or, yeah, you full of shit. Like, it's always a dismissal, because I have this thing built in that, like, I feel like this is gonna get used against me in the future. I feel like Shaka's gonna use this against me in the future. But whatever. I automatically feel like there's something behind that's just like, you're not good enough, so they're lying, or they're just saying it to make you feel good. What up, K Boogie?
Uh-oh, they get to see his face now. Uh-oh.
And you see the color he's rocking, just to let him know his cape is pink.
Mr. Cape, boy.
Yeah, but
so Mike, I don't want to, because actually I wasn't gonna get to this part until like way later in the show, but
you know I mess up stuff.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So I actually did some study for this, some statistics. So let's go to the statistics. So this was a report from 1998, so it's probably doubled now. So it says, as of 1998, 2.78 million men in the United States have been victims of attempted or completed rape. About 3% of American men, or 1 in 33, have experienced an attempted or completed rape in their lifetime. 1 out of every 10 rape victims are male. So now, when I read a statistic like that, people automatically go to, just like what they go to your testosterone, like, oh, you a punk, you got poked in the boot. No, a lot of these perpetrators are women. I often tell the story when I was 7 years old. I'll never forget, I was going to the boys club, and I always wonder why this older, she was like 18, 19 at the time, counselor kept being a little too handsy with me. She was always a little too touchy-feely with me. Back then, when I would tell my friends, it was like, oh shit, it's cool. You got the old counselor X, showing you some love. But when I grow up, I'm like, man, if I have a son, how would he feel? I wouldn't go to him and be like, yeah, son, you got that old chick. No, the shit is wrong. Either way, we got to start calling this out. I mean, since we just spilling the beans now, I had an older woman. I want to say I was about 12, 13 years old, older woman in her 30s, family friend. I'm not going to say her name just for what it is, but family friend enough to where my dad would trust her to come get me and my brother and take us places. And I remember she would always squeeze a little too tight. She'd kiss me, and I'd feel her like lick her tongue on me. Like, all that shit is wrong, man. Like, that's and like, at some point, this type of stuff had to be called out, because men are the bigger perpetrators of this. And listen, this show ain't going to be the bashing of this show ain't going to be about bashing no black women. This ain't nothing like that, but we got to call it down the line for what it is. You remember the movie Antoine Fisher, where, what was that? His stepsister used to always molest him and stuff like that. And that kid had to live with that shit because it's bad enough he didn't know his family. Now he's being molested at such a young age. It makes him look at sex different. Like, we all like to think that as boys, yeah, you got an older woman. Like, you see all your older woman, you see all these stories of these teachers getting pregnant by younger students, and you're like, oh man, that's cool, that's cool. But think about what it does. That's how you grow up with these hypersexual young boys. That's how you grow up with these young boys, because you present sex to them at such an early age. That's why I was watching porn as a 7-year-old, because I got, like, my first introduction to it was a counselor being a little touchy-feely with me. And it's like all that type of shit, man, just it plays on your psyche. So I don't want anybody to think that, like Key says, and you know, it goes, she says, and it goes mostly unreported female predators.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah, I don't. So this is not gonna be. We're not bashing women on this, and this shit is inclusive. Y'all know I focus on the black, but this shit is inclusive because it's wrong. When you're messing with kids, it is wrong, and for some reason, a culture is being cultivated in this community that it's okay to mess with little kids. Kev, you ain't got to give up no secrets, but what do you think on this? I unmute your mic with your pink pullover.
All right, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Nice and clear, man.
Yeah. I don't really have any experience of my own, but I'm wondering if the most cases are from random people or from like family and friends. That's what I'm wondering. I'm
glad you asked. Most cases of sexual assault are from people that you know.
Isn't that something?
Statistically, it's from family members, from people that you know. Yeah, I want to and again, like I said, let me drop the link in the chat. If anybody, those of you guys watching, anybody, you know, I'm not even going to say bold enough. Anybody just wants to, you feel comfortable enough to come on and share your story, because this is what we do over here. This is what this was designed to be. Is you come on, you share your stories, or if you work like Mike works with these type of kids. So if you work with this, you know, you want to come on and share your story as to your experience. So let me go to this. So Black women, girls, and gender non-conforming people are disproportionately represented as victims, survivors of trafficking. Black women make up 40% of the people who have survived sex trafficking. In an interview with the Urban Institute, traffickers admittedly believe, this is ridiculous. And this goes kind of to what the rant me and Mike had last week. In an interview with the Urban Institute, traffickers admittedly believe trafficking Black women would land them less jail time than trafficking white women if caught. Traffickers tend to target individuals with Black women with a low socioeconomic status. Women who experience partner violence pose a higher risk of being sex trafficked. Of women who called the national hotline, 36.9% were trafficked by their partners. Let's hold on. Let's look at that real quick.
Wow.
36.9% of sex trafficking victims were Sister Noble. Can you hear me? Because I don't know, something's going on where I can't see you on the screen. I see you in the back. Oh, okay. So you have to turn your camera on, or else you're not going to show up on the screen.
Yes.
But yeah. So peace. So 36.9% of sex trafficking victims are by their partner. Think about this. Like, I mean, I've been in some rough areas where you see women being pimped, and 9 out of 10 it's their boyfriends doing it. So we gonna Yeah, we're gonna get down and dirty. What's going on, Sister Noble?
Hey, what's up?
I'm good. I can call
Let me
it.
turn this thing off. This thing is so loud. This air purifier. I was 5 years old when I was sexually molested by two people. And they were not in my family. So all the we know these statistics says that most people that are sexually molested are sexually molested by people they know in their family. Okay. But with my situation, it was two people that actually they were not in my family. My mother allowed me to be kept by this older woman named Miss Ruth, and it was her nephew and one other person. Okay. So, my situation is, I don't feel like a victim. I feel like a survivor. I just don't feel like a victim. But I am a survivor of childhood molestation.
So let me ask you a question. You said, and I gotta tread real lightly as I ask these questions, because again, if Dr. Mia was up here, she'd know how to answer it good because she's a professional, but I'm not. So you said this happened when you were 5.
Yeah, it happened when I was 5. Yeah.
So when this happened, did you didn't know in the moment what was going on, correct?
Well, first of all, I thought it was normal because I had been groomed by this person. You understand? I had been groomed by this person. So in my mind, as a 5-year-old, I thought it was normal. This was normal behavior. That's what I thought. Because, like I said, I had been groomed by this individual. Because Miss Ruth kept me for it was a while. Miss Ruth kept me. It was an older woman. She kept me for a while before my mom put me in kindergarten. And it was her nephew that was living with her and one other person. And I was groomed by both of these individuals. Okay. And that's, what happened. Now, I don't know what else to say, other than they made it normal or they tried to make it seem like it was normal. Okay. Behavior.
So
but we know that a child cannot consent to sex. I'm just saying, we know a child cannot consent to sex.
So
okay.
how did you move on? Like, I mean, did you have to have therapy, and how did that work?
I did not tell my mother until I was in my 30s.
I'm so glad you said that, because there's a statistic that says most victims of molestation,
survivors, yes,
they don't say anything until they get into their 40s. What you got, Mike? I see you want to.
I told my mother when I was in my 30s. Yeah,
I still haven't, and I don't think I ever will tell her. I don't want to make her feel away, for lack of a better term. Like, she would take it personally, you know what I mean? And I've tried to do things to make it more okay mentally. So, therapy. If I speak about it there, or people, a couple. That's why I'm close with all my exes, because I can speak to them. But my mother will never know. I'll never tell her. I just make sure she's extra cautious with mine. Like, if you ever see, like, I'm telling you, my daughter can't go to the mailbox without me looking at the ring. Like, it's just, if anyone catches my daughter, they planned it out for months. Months. And they're going to die. But I'm sorry. Continue.
Yesterday I was outside cutting the grass, and my daughter wanted to kick the soccer ball. And I get a big backyard. And she was outside kicking the ball on the opposite side from where I was. And it was hot. It's been hot in Florida, man, just ridiculously hot. And I guess she couldn't stay out there for any length of time. But that 1 second that I had my back turned, she went back inside the house. And I froze. Like, I'm looking around and I'm like yelling her name, and she's not answering. And I happened to look on the side of the house, and I saw the gate open. Now, I'm the one who left the gate open, but in that moment, I didn't remember that I was the one that left the gate open. And I'm like, panicking now, because I'm like, oh shit, how could I have been so, you know, how could I have been so careless? So I stick my head in the door and I'm yelling her name, and she's not answering. So normally when I call her, it's like, yes, daddy, or something like, but she's not answering. And then like on the third time, then she finally answered because she was way on the other side of the house. But for that split second, bro, like you talk about dying inside, you know, I didn't even tell my wife, she knows now, she's been listening, but I didn't even tell my wife, man, because it's like, for that moment, I'm like, man, I since this little girl has been born, I've plotted out every movement of hers. I have watched every single movement. And the one time I turn my back, she slips past me. Bro, that's the scariest shit in the world, man. And it's just like that some creep could grab your daughter or your son.
Or your woman. I've had
a
situation where my ex-wife was out with a friend of hers and she got drunk and the friend left her. And my wife at the time was just walking around downtown drunk. And I just happened to have somebody that could watch the kids, so I busted out and I get there and there's dudes trying to like coax her. You know what I'm saying? And she's like, no, someone will come get me. No, thank you. And they're like, nah, we can't leave y'all here. Come on, shorty. Come on, shorty. And I've never had to pull my gun on anybody before.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't want to live if like someone I'm supposed to protect is gone. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm good on that. Like I can't. That's my biggest, like, any dream I've ever had where I wake up and, you know how you have a dream and you wake up and you want to yell at somebody for a drink? Only dream I've ever had like that was I lost my daughter on a cruise ship. And I yelled at my ex-wife. And she just stood there and looked at me and she was like, it's okay. And I was like, nah, don't touch me. Like, I can't lose somebody I'm supposed to protect. Because, like, I'm not going to live through that. I don't want to survive on this planet for another decade or whatever, how many years I have left, knowing that someone I'm supposed to protect isn't here. And that's that fear. That's that fear you felt, Trevor. Because how you gonna explain that to Nene? How you gonna have that conversation? You know what I'm saying? Because you know she's gonna be like, was cutting the lawn that important? And she's not gonna mean it like, but it's like, as a parent, everything has to be on the table when that's my child. You know what I'm saying? Or that's my woman. As a man, I have to protect. And when you fail at that, there is nothing worse. There's no worse feeling as a man. I don't know how women feel. You'd have to speak to that, sister. But as a man, there's no worse feeling to fail. No worse feeling. Today, she's my ex-wife and she has a whole new husband. If something happened to her, I would have a shotgun and I would go kill somebody. And I'm not in love with her.
Yeah, my Nene, talking about Nene Tequila.
I mean, you really don't know how you're going to respond in situations such as this. You really don't know, you know what I mean, until it happens direct. I just know that, you know, I know that my situation, you know, I don't sit around and just really dwell on it. You know, I don't sit around and dwell on it all day, every day. I just happened to catch this live stream and Trevor talking about it. And I decided to come up. But I wrote about it in my book, you know, my experience. Okay. And, but I don't just sit back and worry about it and think about it all the time. Because if I did, I would probably be depressed all the time about it. If I just sat and just really dwelled on it all the time. You know, I have learned how to get through it. I've learned how to get through it. You know, I ain't get over it. I'm just saying I learned how to get through it. And, you know, well, part of me getting through it is my faith. That's helped me to get through a lot of other things, not just childhood molestation. but many other difficult things that have come up in my life. Okay. And, do you know, when I told my story, when I first took to social media to talk about my experience, do you know I had some criticism coming from two people that I once trusted, okay, that I was once close to, or I thought I was close to, or I thought we were cool, but they were the most critics. They were the most critical of me talking about my childhood molestation. And I don't need to drop names, Trevor. You know who they are. I think you know who they are.
Yeah,
okay, I don't need to drop names.
Yeah, don't
two men. I'm not gonna say it.
Hold on, Sister Noble, because I don't want to let this comment get past.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, let me read this real quick. So Keela says, imagine saying something, then you get blamed. Victims oftentimes are blamed for what they didn't do to prevent the situation. So continue. I just wanted to say that.
Yes, and that's true. Victims are often blamed. I don't see myself as a victim, but I'm just saying victims are often blamed. I'm a survivor. That's what I see when I look at it. Okay, I'm a survivor. I don't sit around and victimize myself even further. I don't do that. I don't victimize myself even further by my own experiences or by what happened to me. Okay, but I talk about it to bring awareness. That's how I help myself heal, and I also bring awareness to other people that may be going through the same exact thing or may have experienced. And I try to bring some positivity to know that, okay, you will survive whatever happened to you if you just keep on self-healing. You understand? If you keep self-healing, okay, if you keep on, at least acknowledging what happened to you, don't just bury it. Don't bury it. Don't act like it didn't happen. Just acknowledge that this did happen and continue self-healing. You'll get through it. Okay, you'll get through it. It's not the end of the world. Okay, even though it was bad what happened, but I'm just saying it's not the end of the world. I'm gonna tell you, a lot of people commit suicide. I know a real famous person named Chester Bennington. He was the lead singer for Linkin Park. Are you familiar with Linkin Park? He was the lead singer for Linkin Park, and he actually talked about his childhood sexual abuse, okay, that he endured. He actually talked about it. And this guy was depressed. I mean, he had many years of depression behind that. He finally committed suicide in 2017. So, baby, everybody don't get through it. There are some people that succumb to whatever childhood trauma, whatever it was that they endured in their childhood. Some people, they succumb to that and they actually off themselves. Okay. Unfortunately, everybody don't get through it. Okay. So that's why this dude obviously never got, therapy. He never really actually got therapy. Okay. I never got therapy, but look at me today. I never got therapy, but I'm here. I'm here. I survived. Still go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for sharing.
Do you feel like other survivors in life are attracted to you? I don't mean like romantically. I mean like, do you feel like you come across people who don't have to tell you, but you can see it or you can feel it, that they've been through things like that?
Not too many people. Not too many people I come across, but every once in a while, every blue moon, yes, but it's not often. But I'm gonna tell you what I come across more. Okay, I come across more narcissistic people. I kid you not, I come across more narcissists. This is no lie. This is no lie. You laughing, but I am dead ass serious.
No, because I don't want you to bring him up. I just
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna mention his name, but I'm telling you, I attract more narcissists to me. It's something about, you know, I believe in the laws of attraction. I do believe in the laws of attraction, because I'm gonna tell you now, I attract more narcissistic people to me than I want to attract. Okay, it's unfortunate, and that's all I'm saying.
All right, I want to read. You don't have to go nowhere. You can say, because I got a couple of videos I want to get through, but I want to read this. This I found very very interesting, and like I say, the link is in the chat if anybody else want to come up and share or add to the conversation. So this is an interesting report. So the Center on Poverty and Inequality created a study which found that adults viewed Black girls less innocent and more adult-like than white girls. The sexualization and adultification of Black girls contribute to a school-to-prison pipeline. The study found that compared to white girls of the same age, Black girls were viewed as in need of less nurturing, less protection, less support, less comfort, and more independent. Know more about life, about adult topics, and know more about sex. So due to attributing these characteristics to Black girls, there may be a suggested influence for law officials to criminalize Black girls rather than seeing them as victims. And that goes to what Keela was saying, that, it's hard to tell when you're being victimized, but specifically, they're going to put Black girls in a box to say that they're more sexual. They know more. They're more adult-like. They're more independent. So you're going to victim blame. We don't see them as being victims of sexual abuse. It almost sounds to me like they're trying to say that they're more like a willing participant. That's how that comes off to me in that report. And for that, I say that is very, very disgusting, but it's not surprising, because like I said, like Mike last week, y'all make sure and check out last week's episode of Man Talk Monday. Mike was stressing how Black girls go missing and there's nothing. Like, you don't hear anything. You don't hear nobody's looking for them. Nobody's and worst case. And I'm gonna tell you, this girl, she was saved because of what we're doing this week and next week. But to that young lady who had everybody looking for her when she was just putting on a hoax, you escaped the wrath, because we were going to blast you today, but we decided to go a different direction. So you escaped that one. But so what do you guys think about that report, that they're saying that black girls are already basically, like, they're not victims.
They're saying they're hypersexualized. That's what they're saying.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I do my best. Go ahead, Kev. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I was gonna say it's not surprising. To me, I could almost say I can blame the culture, because and not just American culture, but like, see, I don't want to say Black culture, but I can also say like Caribbean culture, African culture, stuff like that. Like the whole culture, island culture in general. So you can add Hawaiian culture as well. Is Hispanic culture as well. I guess there's a lot of cultures that has a lot of sexual influence when it comes to like young girls, especially when they turn 16. Black culture in particular, I definitely have an issue with. I mean, it seems like it's literally self-destructive with the whole, treating women like objects, making them like the item in music.
Be careful, Kev. Be careful. They'll kill it. They'll kill you on this side of the internet if you talk about black culture.
I'm fine with that. I'll go on the white side if that's the case. But yeah, the culture is just self-destructive. You know, it sexualizes women. It teaches women like how to devalue themselves and how to how to make their sexual appeal the most important thing when it's like looking for a relationship. So when I hear, you know, and I don't have any experience myself with like sexual abuse, but when I hear like from other women of like how they were younger and they're taken advantage of, it doesn't surprise me, because our American culture is just hyper sexualized. Everything is about sex. Twerking. They say that's culture, but it's literally just showing off your moves when it comes to being in bed. And I've seen from, you know, older women all the way down to toddlers, you know, I don't want to say being groomed, but like conditioned to make it seem like it's normal. But I don't even see that.
Go ahead, Mike, because I see you pondering over there.
All right. So, Kev, you my dog. You know what it is. And Trevor, I need you to curtail me, because you know me, I'll go off on a thought. So if I go off, bring me back. You think it's black culture because you're black, and black culture is all you really know. Right? That's why you think it's black culture. I promise you it's not. It's human culture. The black people are in the spotlight right now because hip hop is, for the last 50 years, been the number one music. It's been we're like tops in entertainment. We're tops in everything but the things we should be tops in. So the world loves us as a minstrel show, right? So everything we do is scrutinized hyperly, right? But I promise you, if you go to any culture, Irish, Italians, you go to any, women are just as devalued. Women are just as objectified. They just do it a little differently. And they're quiet about it. They shut the hell up. You shut up and you go in the back. You shouldn't have been there. Go ahead. Shh. We're not like those Negroes. We're going to keep it. Black people. I can't believe this. Okay. and I'm just telling you, I'm being a buck. I have been on both sides because of the way I speak. White people let me in because I sound like a good old black. He's a good old Negro. He won't do anything to our daughters. You know what I'm saying? So I've always been invited. And I'm telling you, I've seen the taint on them that they hide. I've seen. There's a name, like when they say we're being wretched black, they call them niggas, right? Every race, every nationality has their own version of niggas, bro. I promise you. And if you go to their version of niggas, there's girls shaking their booties the same way that they are in the hood. I promise you.
Hey, real quick, Mike, what's the story? Because you brought up Italian. What's the story that Dr. Mia, and I can't link to it, but Dr. Mia sent us about in Italy, where if you grope young girls more than 10 seconds is not, or less than 10 seconds is not considered considered molestation.
So there was a young lady who took a man to court because this gentleman groped her. He felt on her breast. And the judge, who of course was an old Italian man, decided, like, not that he just thought it, he wrote this down as his judicial decree, that he only held the breast for 10 seconds. So it can't really be groping. If anybody's done anything for 10 seconds, a pull-up, had your hand on fire, anything, 10 seconds is a long time.
Yes.
But you feel me? Anyone. But this guy, this grown man, told this young lady that she wasn't really groped because it was only 10 seconds and it's not that big a deal. And this is not black. This is an American. This is Italian. That's how they think. To them, He just touching the titty, eh? He just touching the titty. It's trifling. It's disgusting, Kevin. It ain't us. It ain't us. I can tell you what it is. It's power. People in power don't feel like, number one, they feel like anything they want, they should get. That's one. And if I happen to want that girl and she's 13, there should be some way that I could get her. Like, that's the way they think. That was the whole Epstein thing. That's the way they think. I mean, we see back in the day, guy was 58 and he wanted the 14-year-old. Oh, I want her. She's mine. It's power. It's power. Go ahead, Trev.
No, I'm letting y'all rock out. I just wanted to get the next video up. So I wanna play this video from Gabrielle Union and just let's listen to what she said, and then we'll give our views on it afterwards. Where's
hat on.
As though that matters.
As though that matters. It's the language that we use.
Yeah.
It's the lack of media attention. It's the lack of resources. 71,000 Black girls under 17 went missing in 2021. And they were identified as runaways. 9 out of 10 were identified as runaways. If you're identified as a runaway, no Amber Alert, no law enforcement attention, nothing.
Having covered Gabby Petito on the ground and knowing that this has brought more awareness to that issue, we're talking about it more than I could ever recall as a journalist. How much do you think the show has helped with that conversation?
I mean, we've only been out a few days, but already the response has been enormous. And we have heard from every organization that does this work. The media decides who holds importance, which is why we know about Gabby. We know that hashtag. We know all of those hashtags. 71,000?
Yeah.
Name one hashtag. Who do we know?
When you think about your own children, are you glad you did this for them?
For my children, for everybody. We need to understand this is an epidemic, a global epidemic. I mean, 71,000. When you think about the over 18, that was 19,500. In 2020 alone, Black women who went missing.
Yeah.
Where is the concern? Where's the care? Where's the outrage? This is insane.
That's why projects like this are important. Yeah.
Just wiped off and being subjected to unspeakable horrors. I was raped.
Oh, she said she was raped.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That it just was looping itself back. So
say power. That's power. Because I guarantee you, if that little girl, the little girl that they were looking for, if she had a parent that was a mayor, if she had a parent that was an ombudsman, something that would force police to do something, it would be on TV. Power.
But listen to what she says, though. Like you talk about, again, we go back to last week. You talk about the white girls, and Lance even asked me, well, Lance's response when I was going off, he was like, oh, Black people have the power. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we're the ones that had to form our own search parties. It's unfortunate that I had to call up all my neighbors and say, hey, help, can you help me find my missing loved one? Whereas when a white person goes missing, they're pulling people from other counties. They're calling in resources from everywhere. They're getting rid of that 24-hour rule to file a missing PSMD, to file a missing persons report. Like it's different. So we're not gonna sit here and act like Black women are on the same level field. And I'm not saying y'all, but I'm just saying, because this type of shit get me heated. We're not gonna sit here and act like Black women are on the same playing field when it comes to everybody else. When it comes to going missing. All these white girls that go missing in other countries and things like that, and we talk about these trafficking numbers. So I'm glad I played that video with Gabrielle. So listen to these stats. So it is reported that 40% of sex trafficking victims in the United States are Black, despite Black people only making up 13.6% of the U.S. population. Think about that. Women account for nearly 61% of adult prostitution arrests, Black adults account for approximately 37% of adult prostitution arrests, more than any other racial group. Girls account for nearly 61% of juvenile prostitution arrests, and Black children account for nearly 53% of all juvenile prostitution arrests, more than any other racial group. Again, that's these kids and women. Not everybody wants to be a prostitute. So we're not going to act like that. I know we do a show called Man Talk Monday and we love to get on the sisters, but that's not this. Every woman does not want to be a prostitute. A lot of these women are being snatched. MD saying the John Benet Ramsey effect. Yeah. All these women are being snatched. These women are being sold into sex work, and a lot of these girls look like us. So my question, look, Sister Noble fell off. Oh, she may have just turned her camera off. No, so a lot of these women, the unfortunate effect of it is a lot of these women look just like us. Is our sisters, is our mothers, is our aunts, is our cousins, is our daughters, is our wives being kidnapped. And I debated Blue on this this black male culture thing, and he brought up a stat. He brought up something about sex trafficking, and here I am looking frantically trying to debunk them. I'm like, please don't let this be the answer. Please don't let this be the answer. I went to the U.S. Department of the FBI.gov or whatever, and I typed in who was the number one perpetrator of sex trafficking, and God damn it, it's black men. It's black men.
Isn't that something?
I didn't want it to be black men. I was hoping that it would have said white men. It said that white men are the biggest consumers of paid sex, but that's not what we're talking about here. Black men are the biggest perpetrators of sex trafficking, and a lot of it is from people that they know. So now I'm asking this question because I'm just one man. I'm just one loudmouth in my little sector here. This is what we do over here in the Straight Talk Society. I'm Peace St. Louis. I'm this one guy. And I'm asking my other brothers and my sisters to let's cut all the other bullshit out for it. Let's stop the drama for a while. And let's get collectively together and be like, man, what the hell could we do to stop this? Let's check these niggas when you hear them talking under the clothes of little girls. We've all seen it. We all been around guys where they be like, oh man, she gonna be bad when she grow up. What? Come on, bro. You got your eyes on a little kid, man. Y'all can jump in when y'all ready, because I'm gonna go on one of these diatribes, man. But y'all, like, I'm so beyond this right now, man. Like, something got to give. Let me read what St. Louis said. Jump in there, Mike. Let me see what St. Louis said. In the 1990s, there was a little black boy named Dwayne Sims who came up missing. The police did nothing to find him, but when it's a white child, they even got the president coming. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's exactly what they do. Yeah, and St. Louis telling me about this movie Freedom. We gotta watch that, Mike. That's gotta be something we gotta discuss. Let me see, because the comments coming in. Go ahead, Mike, because I'm trying to read these comments. Trevor, do you believe with Trump and Agenda 47 with sex trafficking? Hey, MD, I said it last week. I think sex offenders need to get the death penalty, get the electric chair, and I'm not backing off of that. I don't give a damn who it is.
I heard that they get their balls cut off.
Hey, hey, y'all want to go ahead and dispute me, Mike, because I saw the look on your face.
I'm gonna drop on down, bro. I'm gonna drop on down.
All right, peace, Sister Nova, for coming up. You got any last words?
Thank you.
Not really.
All right, well,
not really. I gotta go. I'm just, I'm right now. I'm tired. I'm just gonna be honest. I've been up early since this morning. Okay, yeah. So Peace out.
All right, we appreciate you for coming up. Yeah, I Mike, go ahead because I know you want to say so. I believe they deserve the electric chair.
This is my issue with it. I'm not defending, but a topic that a lot of people don't really talk about now is AI. And I am terrified that in our near future, there are going to be people who could push a button and play Trevor's voice saying, man, F these kids, I'm sick of this. You know what I'm saying? And as a person who's been falsely accused more than once in my life, thank you to the young lady who knows who she is, knows I got your back for the rest of my life, who saved me from two of those. Without a witness, I'd have been up at Schitt's Creek. So that's my only problem with whenever we say anybody accused or anybody convicted, it's like there's a lot of people that are falsely accused, and I'm afraid of killing them. But anyone that, it's proven that they did it, I'm all for it. Like, you could do both. You can make them eunuchs and kill them afterward. I'm fine.
So I'll retract. I'll retract first statement. The ones that we know for sure.
For sure.
St. Louis says a lot of religious organizations got pedophiles in them, especially the Mormon and Catholic Church. Absolutely. And we're going to get to a video. We're going to get to a video on the church soon. But let me play this. Hold
up. Before I play this,
go ahead.
Let me tell something real quick. For everybody in the chat that's listening, for you guys too, I wanted to ask, do you remember, because being going through what I went through, and mine was at 6, hers was at 5. That's freaking crazy. Do you remember seeing, like, I don't know another way to, like, a vision of this as you're growing up and not realize it until you're older? You know what I mean? Like, I have a lot of female friends I speak to, and I remember them being freshmen in high school, sophomores in high school, messing with college dudes. I remember in my young 20s, dudes trying to, like, convince girls to come get a train ran on them and not even caring about their ages. Like, and because of how we grew up, that's why I'm not all for the, our time was the best time. Because a lot of that stuff was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, okay, I guess you fell for it. And a lot of dudes saying things like, Trevor, you were saying a second ago, if the grass is on the field, I'll play. I remember someone saying stuff like that. 16 to 60, they could all get it. Like, I heard a whole lot of insane stuff growing up that I didn't really know until I was in my late 30s. I was like, yo, that was crazy. You know what I'm saying? But like when you're growing up, it's so normal. Because like you were talking about 7 years old watching porn. I was up the street from your house at a certain person's house who I won't mention. And they just like, and his big brother's like, yo, here you go. Yo, here you go. Oh, what? Oh, man, your parents ain't gonna be home. You can watch this. And I'm like on VHS or for all of y'all out there who bad like me, on the Spice Channel trying to watch through the squiggles.
Yeah, watch the squiggles.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and that was normal. And think about it. Me and Trevor have never said Spice or squiggles before, but he knew exactly what I was talking about. And he's not alone. I know he's not the only one. It's like it was so normalized to be so hyper. You have to get it. Dudes telling other dudes, what, you 13 and you ain't never seen no? You don't even know which way it's cut. It's cut this way or this way. You remember that? Which way it's cut? You ain't never seen no. And it's like, it's so toxic, bro. Like, all right, I'm sorry. It makes me feel away. But go ahead.
So, go ahead, Kev. Go ahead.
No, I'm just thinking as I'm listening to you guys. I'm wondering if it's a community issue or a people issue.
Well, that's what Dr. Mia is saying is dominant in the white community, but they always kept their secrets. And I do want to read. I do want to read a question from St. Louis. St. Louis, hey, comments like this, they'll come after you. Be careful. He said in Islam they believe in nasty stuff. Muhammad was had a 12-year-old wife. Yeah, let's talk about Muhammad and Aisha. And I do. There is something I do want to get back to the church with, but MD is saying in the country, high school girls getting pregnant by dudes and say, yeah, we gonna hook because that's why I wanted to go with Mike. But
hey, what about Gandhi?
But high school dudes getting dudes in their 20s and 30s and normal. They've been doing it so long in the Southern country culture. Nobody bats an eye. So I want to talk about this because me and Mike have a famous clip on the podcast where he talks about that. But more specifically, in my old high school, it's now and Nini, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the middle school and the high school share the same campus. So you had to think about this. We went to school, we went to high school. How old were we when we went to middle school, Mike?
12, 13, early 14.
12, 13. Yeah, because we graduated in 94, so we're 14 leaving. 12.
You don't tell everybody my business.
12 years old in middle school. You're now on a high school. You're sharing the ground with a high school campus that has 16, 17, 18, 19-year-old students. You mean to tell me that some of them 18, 19-year-old high school students not going to start trying to put a bug in the ear of the young sixth grader? And MD is so right, because Mike talked about this on one of our shows. It was the dope boys pulling up, catching the girls in the car. Them girl, listen, as cool as I was in high school, everybody know how cool I am. You just look. Them girls wasn't paying me no attention. It was the dope boys. It was the dope boys with the with the Vogues, the Trues and Vogues, with the old Cutlass, with the get down in the back that was pulling up in front of the school, and nobody was batting the eye because we was too busy bopping to the music. But they were picking up girls that were our age and impregnating them, and it was wrong. But nobody batted an eye. Nobody gave a damn.
It was normalized, man. I'm telling you, there's so many things. If you sit down and really think about it, there's so many things that occurred that you don't, until you think about it outside of like you being in the time, you see how crazy it was. Because I've had a conversation with a woman, and she was like, oh, I'll make sure my baby can't talk to nobody until she's 17, 18. And I looked at her like, yo, you know you was 14 when you was messing with so-and-so. And she was like, yeah, but, oh yeah, I was 14. And I'm like, don't think it's just the ladies, because I tell a story all the time about I'm 15 years old and a 24-year-old picked me up in a car in a stick shift, and neither one of us could drive stick. And she threw me in the driver's seat because she said men should know how to drive. I wasn't a man. You feel me? I wasn't a man, but I damn sure left. And nobody said a word. It was fine.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
So I don't know if y'all caught. Yeah, I don't think y'all caught it earlier because y'all weren't on. But I was saying how it's so funny that we romanticize what our grandparents did. So like, well, but no. So you have a sector that romanticize what the grandparents did. So like somebody like me will be like, oh, you know, grandparents were married for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years. Then we'll be like, oh, they stayed together and they had all these kids and they did this and that. But everybody hates on that and say, oh, no, you can't do that type of stuff now. But they never criticize when grandpa was 23 years old getting your 13-year-old grandmother pregnant. Nobody ever said anything about that. So when people come on here and they be like, oh, well, back in my day, you know, my grandmother was 14 years old and my grandfather was 28. That's just how they did it back then. That doesn't mean that it wasn't wrong. So hold on, these comments are coming. Nini saying I had a 12-year-old classmate who was pregnant. She was a great grandmother at 39, 40. Because I bet you she was pregnant, then her kids probably got pregnant at a young age.
Yeah.
Oh man, that shit is crazy, man. That like
shows me knows I watch divorce court and paternity court a lot. I learn a lot from people's situations, but I can tell you two things that you always hear in the most dire situations. One is I didn't have my dad. I grew up without a father. And two is I was pregnant early. Those, Dr. Mia says it all the time. If you ruin a woman's youth, it ruins the next 3 generations.
I could see that.
And Dr. Mia, the link is in the chat if you're free. I don't know if you got a client right now. Just hop on and go and give us some of your wisdom. I'm spouting out my stats. See, I'm doing good for you tonight. You always talk about Jerry, you need structure. So I'm giving you my stats. Absolutely, St. Louis babies having babies. That's why a lot of times parents would take the baby. So like their kid will get pregnant and they'll be like, no, we're going to take this. And then that's when you see how it is on these movies. 20 years later, the kid finds out that the person he's been calling his sister was his mom the whole time.
Yeah.
Like,
they down south, you know what I mean? But let's think about this. So, okay, let me paint a scenario. High school. You go into high school when you're 14. You have some 18-year-old students, 18, 19-year-old students. Mike, I don't know about you, but absolutely when at my high school, that was normal for the seniors to be dating the freshmen. They would always gravitate to the freshmen. So, okay. And there's a 2-part question. So what I'm saying is, so you have your 18-year-old senior and you have your 13, 14-year-old freshman. How does that look now? When you were in school, when we were growing up, me and you're the same age, we were like, okay, well, shit, he got a bad freshman or whatever. But now, as an adult, as a father to a young girl, how does that look to you now? I can tell you this. I was blessed to go to high school with a couple gentlemen I won't name, who, and Dr. Mia might know them, who would clown you if you did that. Because they distinctly stated that if you were a senior and you could only pull a freshman, you ain't have no game. You feel me? But I'm not saying it didn't happen, because every man here knows the one rule. If she's fine, they'll make an excuse. So the better a freshman is, they be like, hey man, she mature for her age, bro. You know, they'll come up with all kind of excuses. I've seen it happen, but I went to school with a couple dudes, 2 in particular, who will make you look like the softest dude in the world if you did that. But I've seen it. And I will admit I was a senior and I was dating a sophomore. It would seem like nothing. Now,
so what if you would have
I would be disgusted. See, here's the problem. People act like a day makes a difference when it's really a mentality.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There are 14, period. 14 as an age period, to me, is still below, right? To me, 15 is the start of, and I know people are gonna be mad, I'm sorry. We can go in depth if we want to, but to me, 15 is the start of adulthood thinking. Like, this is where you're tailoring to, peace, Yanga. It's where you're tailoring to being an adult. 14, there's people still watching Powerpuff Girls and stuff like that. Like, to me, 15 is the age where you're tailoring to be an adult. So to me, it's between 15 and 23, where I don't think anybody outside of that range should talk to anybody outside of that range. And
Wait, say that again?
No. Let me finish.
No, this comment. I'm like,
What?
I thought I missed something.
She said her boyfriend was a 13th grader. Like, it's just hit me.
He was freshman light. Wow, that's hilarious.
Hey, she said he was a 13th grader though. Like,
that's funny. Yes, he a freshman light. He a freshman. He is senior negative. But but it's like 14 to me is still a baby. You know what I'm saying? But I don't see. I'm torn because legally, if I'm talking to, because I was talking to Dr. Mia about this. So, well, actually, no, something like this, but we didn't get into it. So I'm asking you, Joe.
Hey, Yanga and Mia, and Ricardo, the link is in the chat. You want to hop on?
Facts. I'm asking you guys this. So if a guy talks to a 17-year-old, he's wrong, right?
Okay. Wait, say that again.
If he's, let's say he's 27 and he's talking to a 17-year-old, that's wrong, right?
That's weird.
Okay. She turns 18 tomorrow. Legally, it's okay?
I guess.
You see what I'm saying? That's why it's so weird to me, because it should be a mental thing, because I know some 19-year-olds that are still childish, but legally it's wrong. So I don't know. So I'm asking y'all personally, what your question was my baby. I don't want no grown up, nobody that's 18 talking to a 14-year-old. Like, I think that's, especially in that range, because I don't think a 14-year-old is an adult. In that range, it should never happen. But they go to the same? It's crazy. I don't know how to feel.
Okay, so here's it, because I promise this one gonna be, we're gonna bring it right home.
Please do.
In Florida, in Florida, the legal age of consent is 18. I don't know if it always was. Yeah, I just looked it up. Because I wanted to make sure before I said anything. The legal age of consent is in Florida is 18. So that means that I don't know if it could have been 16 at one time.
I think it used.
So that means that if at that point a senior was having sex with a freshman student, it was statutory rape.
Yeah.
And a lot of times we knew that was going on and didn't bat an eye. When I got to high school, a senior took a liking to me. She was 18. No, I don't think 18 is the age of maturity, because you can't even you can't even drink at 18. Like, you crazy, you can't even drink at 18.
You barely got a credit card. They did that so they could arrest all the football players on statutory.
Yanga, we talking about the rape and pedophile culture in this community, and child trafficking and just a bunch of stuff. But think about that, Mike. The age of consent is 18 in Florida, and I don't think it was always that. I really don't think it was always that.
Yeah, I thought it was 17 like last year.
It used to be 16 when we were young. I remember that.
But all these seniors, MD saying 16 in Georgia. It's 16 in a lot of places. But think about this. Age of consent is 16. You 21 years old, and you're messing with a 16-year-old because age of consent is 16. It just doesn't look good. It feels gross to me. Like, it just, and I get it. The law gonna be what the law gonna be. Again, back in the day, kids were getting married at 13, 14, but that doesn't make it right. The shit just seems gross. Like, and I will say this, a lot of this now is because I'm a 43-year-old dad. The majority of the shit that you hear me saying now is jaded because I now have a daughter. Because, like I said, when I was growing up, I was reckless. I was one of them reckless youth that needed a lot of help.
I remember.
So I'm not going to sit here and act like I was a saint, but what I am going to say is, you live and you learn. You do better when you know better. And as a 43-year-old man with an 8-year-old daughter, I have to look at my daughter, and you know what one of my biggest fear is that I would die, so that I would die before my daughter got married, because I don't think anybody could take care of my daughter better than me outside of my wife. That's not an indictment on anybody. I just don't believe that. And I'm her protector. And I feel like whoever I give her away to be married will now take on the responsibility of protecting my most prized possession. So to me, my fear is that anything would happen to me before that time comes, because I'm not going to be here to protect my baby. So I'm looking at things. When I say I'm jaded, I am literally looking this way now, because there was a time where I would have been like, oh, well, yeah, we was close enough, blah, blah, blah. I may have looked the other way, but now it's like, no, the shit is wrong, man, because when you grow up, you think about it, 21-year-old man messing with a 16-year-old girl. I don't care if the age of consent is 16. Like at 16, what sense do you have? What maturity do you have at 16 outside of your body being developed? Like, seriously.
Man, I don't want to have this conversation. I want to move on. We'll talk about this another time. This specific thing. No, because I'm gonna be a hypocrite. Because I literally just told you I was 18 dating a 16-year-old. I'd be a hypocrite.
But that's when you were 18 though, Mike.
Here's the sad part. What is that?
That was what, 30 plus years ago.
Niggas don't stop telling my age.
A little less than 30, about 25 years ago.
Bro.
Damn, he's telling all my business. But see, my thing is, at the time, she was more mature than me because she ran game on me. She ran game, but that's neither here nor there. I know what you're trying to say. All things equal, people should stay in their range. All things equal, 18 should go to 21, 17 should go to 14 or 16. You know what I'm saying? All things equal, you want them to stay that separated. I think 18 is an inflated number, but because of the law, but I don't want to be a hypocrite, bro.
Peace, Yanga.
But my daughter,
peace,
14, ain't talking to nobody but 12-year-olds. So my daughter gonna be the crater robber. She gonna be going down. You better holler at that 12-year-old boy. That's my daughter. My daughter.
So
I'm a little. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Kev. I was just going to catch Yanga up.
Oh, you good? Well, yeah, catch him up first, because it's going to be a different topic.
Well, Yanga, we talking about this culture, this pedophile culture, this rape culture that's running rampant in this community. So we're basically talking about that, just throwing out a couple scenarios as far as dating age and Big Mama and Big Daddy. Big Daddy 9 out of 10 was a lot older than Big Mama, but it's different now. You wouldn't see a 20-year-old running around here talking about marrying a 12, 13-year-old. You just wouldn't see that. So
society is different.
Yeah.
Family is defined different. Family plays a different role, and like our culture is just different from that time, but absolutely. And I came up, man, getting a personal invite from I had to come on up and laugh at where Mike asked, but I know Mike didn't jump off.
He's there. Something's going on that if you turn your camera off, it kicks you off the stream. So he there.
Okay.
I've been at work all day.
Okay. So yeah, man, just different times. But I agree with Mike is saying. To me, I'm like an 18 and a 14-year-old has just such a big mismatch.
So you okay, because and Kev, I'm gonna let you get right back in there, but so you're older than us. So you grew up in a time where that was happening all the time. Like 18-year-old guys was getting with the younger guy and nobody ever bat an eye. But now you see the difference. Like, whereas with me, I see it and I'm like, ain't no way in the hell no 18-year-old is coming to my doorstep talking about picking up my 18-year-old daughter.
But you got to understand, the time that I saw that, I was watching the collapse of the Black family. I'm a lot older than you guys. I'm 50. So in the 80s, I was a teenager. So I was watching the effect of crack cocaine directly. So I was watching the collapse of the Black family. So I started watching the decay of morals. I started watching where, the fathers weren't in the house to stop that type of activity. When I first, before the 80s and all of that type of stuff, you couldn't roll up 18 and be trying to pick up a 14-year-old. The fathers in the house wasn't as uncommon as it is now. Or the father being around, even if they weren't legally married, people call it still was that type of a male energy around. And so it was very protective. Hold on, man. Let me hit my.
Go ahead, Kev. I think he probably
Very protective. Can you guys still hear me?
Oh shit. Yeah, he might have to do a call or something.
Oh, you finished?
Okay. I had to go to Jamaica. I had to go to Jamaica. Jamaica, man.
Yeah, brother.
Yes, brother. So yeah, so it was a different energy. So like I said, I watched I started seeing the collapse of the Black family. So I started seeing where that came into play. And a lot of brothers were back then what they call raising these young sisters, putting them in the game, teaching them how to cook, cut, sell, tote pistols. So they were looking for young women to raise. So the game had changed. So this whole phenomena that I'm watching now out of young people I saw grow up, a lot of times I'm baffled at not where it came from, but how it began to have a life of its own and where it's going to go to.
But wait a minute, Yanga. Isn't that grooming though?
Back in the day, yeah, we groomed a lot of this gangster stuff you see, man. We groomed in our sisters. You know, like I said, I'm from that era of the gangbanger, the drive-by, when all of that stuff began, and we groomed our women to do that, and we began to put that in our young men. So prison became a real part of the culture. It became a rites of passage. It no longer was a shame. It became, oh, you ain't been to the pen? You ain't real. You know, it started becoming a badge of honor. So, like I said, I was at the time where I watched a very crazy dynamic. That's why I'm hard against that, you know, certain elements in our community, because I really was there when I saw the shift, you know. And all of this became a part of it. I'm not saying we didn't have pedophilia. I'm not saying we didn't have molestation and things of that nature, but I don't know. I don't even want to say what's different about it. It just feels different. Maybe it's from the over-sexualization of society, because listen, like I said, let me date myself. I'm from the time where we would be standing on the curb, and if a woman got out of the car and lifted her dress to her knees, we thought we saw something. You know what I'm saying? You're like, Miss Johnson, you see Miss Johnson got on them stockings, you know, that type of thing. So we thought we saw something. So to me, this over-sexualization of society, and this is no knock on the LGBTQ community, but I wonder if it caters to that, because like I tell these brothers, what do you have for the bedroom if the women are walking around naked now? Now you got to bring the monkeys and the bears to the bedroom to add some spice to your life.
What?
You know what I'm saying? I mean, if women are already naked, and that should be the allure to men, you get in the bedroom with your woman and she begins to reveal herself and unclothe this robe for you, your pleasure alone, and the natural attraction that exists between the male and female dynamic, that energy should exist. But if women are walking around naked, I ask young people, what are you looking forward to when you honeymoon night, good night? You know, what are you looking forward to? So I don't know. I've just watched the whole society shift. So I wonder if this pedophilia, this whole molestation, the just how blatant and gross it is, and how just open it is out there. You know, I don't wonder if the over-sexualization of our society plays a role to making it rise to the top more, taking the shame out of it.
So does it go? Does it go back to the lack of self-control then?
I think so, and the group dynamic. You know, there was a time where there were things you just didn't do in the community. That was understood, yo. You ain't gonna be walking around with somebody's baby. We call you to jump out, boy. Chester the molester. They had nursery rhymes for your ass. You were shamed. There's no shame in our community.
Run past your house so you could see him out your window.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? Right.
Hey, Kev, get back in, because I know we cut you off on your point.
Oh no, you're good. I'm
hey, and by the way, Kev, you need to send me a picture. I put you on the flyer now. You need to send me a picture like this. You send me a damn picture with you holding the cell phone in your hand. You send me this child picture. I'm putting you on the big billboard now.
Okay. I'll find another one. That's fine.
I think Yanga hit it on the head. The morals have disappeared. It used to be, we would get dressed up to go to McDonald's, or, what I'm saying, we wouldn't be outside. But even those days were messed up. And the hypersexuality of the world, not America, of the
Stop
world.
telling women how to dress, Mike.
Hey, we're not doing that today. You're not gonna drag me in. We're not doing that today.
Yo, real quick.
I'm
feeling a pattern with like all of you guys' stories and like statistics and stuff like that. But I'm also conflicted because I feel like when it comes to sex, there should be some type of discipline, at least until marriage of some sort. But at the same time, it's also feeling like it's a human issue where no matter what, I'm not gonna say no matter what. I guess I could say no matter what age, sex comes into play. Like whether you're a toddler and you're developing, and whether you're an old person, old people are still.
We still get it in. Go on and say it.
Hold on.
Yeah, old people still get it in. Like Marvin Gaye, we get it on.
Sorry, I get migraine sometimes. But yeah, I'm wondering if sex should be like not as taboo as it is now, because with like religions, religious people are supposed to be like the pure people, pastors and stuff like that. But they're the ones who are getting it in with kids, or getting it in with people's wives and stuff like that.
Ain't nothing back there, Trevor.
But yeah, they're the ones who advocate like, sex should be this, sex should be like that. And then it goes down to even like kids in high school, like they're gonna do what they do like in general. So is a thing of maybe sex education should be there. So that way, they can learn like what happens when you go that route. And I'm wondering, I'll let you guys go. I'm wondering if sex should be like, less taboo and more of like an open topic where, if a woman wants to have more than one guy, is she going to be demonized, or if a dude wants to have sex with more than one woman, if it's going to be demonized? That's just what I'm wondering. Because it's kind of like what one sec. It's kind of like what Yanga says. Like, if if you do things like the quote unquote right way and you wait until like your honeymoon date, that's like a prize. You know what I'm saying? Like getting it on with your girl or your guy. But if it's like normalized, it's like, well, it's not really something that's like, I don't want to say appealing, but it's like normal. Like, so what else can you do to spice it up? And, like he said, bring a monkey into bed or something like that. So that's just what's going on in my mind.
All right. I want to hit that in two stages. One, well, before that, you always on brand, boy. I ain't mad at you. He gonna get him his 2 wives. That boy, he going for his 2 wives. Okay, well, nobody say. All right. I think there's 2 things about what you said. 2 things. One, I agree with you. I think, and I apologize to the religious brothers on the left of my screen. George Carlin, the greatest comedian of all time. I know people hate when I use comedians. He once said, he was talking about all the crazy people, the molesters, the mental sickness. And he said, we could outlaw religion and it would probably naturally go away in about 3 or 4 generations. But that'll never happen in America. I wholeheartedly agree. I think religion, especially the structure that has been placed by man on what God is and how you can look at God and how God has to be to you because they said so, has caused a large chunk of the issues when it comes to human and sexuality. So I'm with you on that. But I think you going the other direction, because I believe it should be more open, but the openness you're going to is just the other end of the bell curve, which would just make the same problems just on the other end. I think it needs to be in the middle. I think sex needs to be an open thing that we talk about. It's not repressed. It's not, you're too young. It's not, hey, shh, we don't talk about that. It should be an open thing to talk about. But what should be taught with it is that not only are girls and their vaginas special things that shouldn't be flaunted and thrown around everywhere, but boys and your penises are golden swords. They should be kept righteous. You should be, and I hate to use righteous as that word, but you should not be throwing your penis around, because that, I think that was the beginning of the problem. We taught boys and we made fun of boys for not being able to get women. And now what people don't think is, okay, you're a clown if you don't get women, right? As a man. But to get women as a man, you have to get women. And for you to get these women, you're turning these women into the women that aren't the women you want. So now you have a class of women that are the women you don't want. But now the women that you do want have, because of feminism, look at the women that you sleep with as being something to emulate. So now there is no good anybody. There's no good guys. There's no good women. So it's like we just put ourselves in a washing machine of bullshit. And I think the problem is repression, hiding. Excuse me, I'm sick. Repression, hiding, not standing up to what we should be from just being, because people use religion to try to force morality, right? But you know what's right as a human being. A child knows they're wrong when they're lying. Even if you don't say, hey, don't be lying. If you go around the corner, they'd be like, what you doing? Huh? They know, because you know what's right and what's wrong. And because we allowed males, and I'm included, I don't want anyone to think I'm not including myself, to fall off to where, and I'm sorry, excuse me, everyone, where dick was just something to be thrown. When that became okay, I think we were basically signing up for what we're in now, because dick allowed to be thrown, women looking at guys like, well, why he get to have all the fun? And it's not, because a man will tell you growing up, excuse me, a man will tell you growing up, hey man, I was knocking all them down. I was that guy. There's no, if that man is still talking like that at 60, he's never grown up. He never became a man. He stayed a little boy. Because anyone, and I ain't talking for other men, I'm talking for me. Any real man will tell you there is no sex that is better than making love to a woman that you're in love with. There is none. Nothing touches it. I don't care if you get Rihanna.
That's the point.
You feel me? I don't care if you got Beyonce when she was singing "Say My Name." The only reason a man would say any different is, oh snap! I got a bomb. I never get a bomb.
Word.
The only thing that would stop that is if you think you're supposed to be sleeping with all these women, and then you run into a kryptonite woman, which is another thing we'll talk about. But Yang don't want to go. We'll talk about kryptonite coochie later. Go ahead, Yang. I got a bomb. I ain't got nothing to say.
Congratulations on the bomb, by the way. Listen,
thank you, kind sir.
You know what you said about love and the vagina being attached to it is the point. I don't think with religion, I don't think it's so much that those of us that have a religious structure try to make sex so taboo. Hold on, everything's deciding to go on now. Hold on, let me. 7 in the house. I got the neighbors want to cut the line.
But you feel me? They want to come out and test their subwoofers.
Yeah, all that good stuff. So here's what I think. To me, religion is trying to basically get across is the responsibility attached to sex. There's too much liberalism. Like there's still children involved. When you talked about the love aspect, you know, when I teach my oldest daughter, Fatima, whom just made me a grandfather for the first time, you know, a biological grandfather. I'm so excited. She's 19, got married, did the whole got married thing, had the child. So we'll see how that works out. But one of the things is that I had always pushed her and attached to her is that that's her sacred thing that she's waiting to give to a certain person. Now, I'm not saying she was a virgin when she got married. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go that far, but I will say that apparently she had enough virtues and was virtuous enough and had enough understanding about, I would say, a religious structure. It wasn't about making it taboo. It was about making her aware of the sacredness of her vagina, how it's attached not just to her but to God, and the union between the what I call the holy menage a trois, you, your woman, and God. You know what I'm saying? That's the baddest menage a trois. Us three together. So how I'm telling her that also is the invite to inviting holiness and righteousness into your thing. So there's a way that we use the religious structure, but I do agree with you. Sex should be discussed, but I don't want it discussed so liberally and loosely without attached to the responsibilities of emotional attachment to other people when you decide to give yourself to them, male or female, or the very real possibility of a child being born from that union. You know what I'm saying? And your responsibility, male or female, to that life, even if you decide that this individual you made this life with isn't the person you want to be with, still that responsibility to that. I don't think I don't want to say consequences, but the very real possibilities of sex are discussed in conjunction with sex. We just, really focus on somebody's freedom to discuss or say what the hell they want to say. I'm not telling you how to enter your wife. I'm not telling you how to get down, but I'm telling you, be responsible for the very real responsibilities. Men, be responsible for her emotional state when you enter her. Don't do all that. And when she nut up and start flattening tires because you out here being with other women and all that stuff, you want to play. I don't know why she crazy. Like sex doesn't contain some type of sacred energy. You know what I'm saying? So why not save it for a person you at least intend to be with? Even if it doesn't work out, you intended. I mean, my little Muslim thing, for Inimafania. Muhammad, God's peace be upon him, said every action is judged by intentions. So at the very least, for Inimania, your intentions was to get with the sister and make something out of it. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. But if you just what they call slaying them and run around there, don't be surprised with the energy that comes with it. So what I say religion provides is a structure, boundaries, guidelines, a psychological, emotional, and spiritual stop sign. Like, attach it to God. Attach it to something bigger than just your penis right now. You know what I'm saying? This is going to bring other consequences laying with this woman, and you don't have no good intentions other than just getting off. You know what I'm saying? You have to attach it to something bigger than you, because, boy, we all know what happens when that body starts screaming. You know what I'm saying? Then we wake up in the morning with this ugmoo. You had no good intentions for a grimace. You're like, oh, my God. What did I do? Hey, man. So, yeah, I just wanted to add that in defense of us brothers who use that religious structures, us brothers to the left over here. You know what I'm saying? We ain't trying to be oppressive. We just trying to provide guidance.
And I want to get to like two or three more videos, but I do want to say I used to always say this, and I still say this. There was a time when the most precious thing a woman could give was her body. And unfortunately, somewhere down the line, that has changed. But that's as far as I'll go with that, because that's not what this is today. But I do want to play this video. I want you guys to let me know what you think about this one. Hold on, let me
Hey, and there was a time where the most precious thing a woman could get was a man's actual love and attention, and we ruined it there too.
Should be his penis, I feel.
All right, so let me
women aren't like us, but go ahead, Trev.
Oh, that's cute. My name is Casey Pope, and I'm a survivor of childhood molestation. Oh, is that gonna be hard for you? When I was first molested, I was 12 years old. I went through some things with my dad. He would fondle me. He would touch me in ways that I knew was inappropriate. The breaking point for me was he came up behind me and just started touching on me. He pushed me on the floor, and he got on top of me, and he stopped.
When I first received the call, I was in shock. I just couldn't understand. I mean, how could someone do this? I had a guilt that all of this time, it was like this was happening, and I didn't know it.
In high school, I was very angry, very depressed. I felt like I just couldn't take it anymore. I took like 50 plus pills, and I felt myself like getting weak and weaker and weaker, and I just laid there on the floor. I absolutely feel like God was telling me it was not my time. I know that I have a purpose here. God saved me. Like, he kept me. My life has been so good. You're going through something and you don't want to feel it. You don't want to go through it anymore. So you just want to end it all. But that's not the answer.
People don't want to talk about it. In the Black community, I definitely think that abuse and suicide and depression is swept under the rug in the church.
We're taught growing up, whatever happens in this house stays in this house. No, I seek counseling every day. I wake up and I thank God. So I just want to live out my purpose and help someone. You have to keep going. They say God will never put anything on you that you can't handle. I'm a survivor. Like, I'm still here.
Poor thing.
Yeah, so
Houston for All-Star.
uh-oh.
That's cute.
Yeah, so hold on. I didn't stop it. All right. Yeah, so her father was her molester. Because I want to make sure that we are stay on while we're here. And it just progressively gets worse. Again, all of us up here have daughters, with the exception of Kev. But here's a young lady that's saying her father abused her when she was 12. You're supposed to be protecting this young lady, and instead you're taking advantage of her. And okay, so you replace father with uncle. You replace father with cousin. You replace father with pastor. The shit is wrong on every level. There is no, and it looked like the person who made this video was trying to get a religious point across. We just talked about religion, and I am still religious, but I think a lot of times we use religion as a crutch, especially in instances like this, because she's saying that God won't put anything more on you than you could bear. But wait a minute. Why should any child have to bear being molested by the very man that God said to take care of you? So something's not adding up there. At some point you have to make some things make some sense here. We keep going into this. We keep going into this religion, and then I got two more videos, but I'm so glad I found this one because you could tell that's what it was. It's an outreach for a ministry, and that's fine because me and Yang always had this conversation. I think there was a time the Black church was excellent. It served the purpose for exactly what it was supposed to do. But let me tell you something real quick that I just told my and I see Keela saying a lot of pedophiles in the church, and I'm glad that you say that because it's going to go right into what I had to say. When I started going to church in 1996, I started going to a church, and I'm not even going to say the name of the church because it's insignificant right now. But there was a young lady who I was friends with. And 96, I was 16, so she had to be like 13. Her mother was one of those faithful, never miss a church service. I'm going to go no matter what. I don't care if there's a hurricane out there. As long as the doors of the church are open, I'm going to be there. She would always be there on Tuesday service for prayer service. And she'd always bring her young daughter with her, like 13, 14 years old. The pastor's son, and I'm going to just say it, the pastor's son at the time was like mid-20s, probably older, married, beautiful woman. I mean, beautiful wife. Mike, if you saw her, you'd be like, damn, why? Like, why? Beautiful wife, 2 young children. you see where I'm going with this. And Key is saying, look at this. My predator, see, Key, I mean, it might be tough, but if you want to come up, you know, you can. My predator was the pastor's son. He still preaches. So you basically going to tell the story that I'm about to tell. So, and man, I'm so sorry to hear that. So me and this young girl were friends. Me and this young girl, we follow each other on Instagram to this day. Young girl, she was like 13. The pastor's son was mid-20s. Married, beautiful wife, 2 young kids. Every Tuesday, he would have this young girl meet him up in the sound room. And he'd had sex with her while his dad was in his office, and while his pastor dad was in his office, and while her mom was doing intercessory prayer on the damn altar. He's smashing this young girl. And today, this motherfucker, I said it because I said, I'm not worried about that today. Today, this motherfucker is the pastor of said church. So I don't want to hear the whole religion thing. And God won't put more on you than you could bear. It got to a point where he was telling her to wear lingerie up under her clothes. So every goddamn Tuesday, he got her bent over in the goddamn sound room while her mom is calling on the name of the Lord on the pulpit. And you want me to believe this, God ain't gonna put no more on you than you could bear. Why didn't he open up her eyes so she could see what was happening to her daughter? Oh, and it only gets better because when they found out, somebody walked in on them. And thank God that the person wasn't so in love with the church and so in love with the pastor that she went and told somebody. You know what the mom did? That bitch still brought that girl to that church. They made that girl feel so guilty. I remember that girl, when I found out about it, me and my brother found out about it, we were just like, damn, my friend that died a couple of years ago, we were trying to group up so we could go beat homie's ass. And when we found out about it, they gave her special treats now. They let her lead songs in the choir. They put her up on Front Street because that's what these predators do. That's what these spiritual predators do. They play on your emotions and they say, oh yeah, this is the will of God. Oh, God allows this type of stuff to happen. Don't resist. You doing the work of God. You're doing the work of God. That's what these animals do, man. And it's like we going to, and I'm not saying all churches, but I got a saying, boy, if the shoe fits, then you wear it. Because when you throw the stone in the air, the only dog that hollers is the one that it hit. And we got these predators in these churches. We know what the Catholic Church is doing for years. We know what the Mormon Church has been doing for years. And these things still are allowed to flourish. We still let these pastors go around and we let them go and they still laying hands. We still tied into them. This woman still was going to that church. I bet you if she's alive today, she still goes there. After she knew what this guy was doing to her daughter. And they were like, oh yeah, well, she was just fast. Well, you goddamn right she was fast because she's 13 years old and she sees the pastor's son, so the abuse of power. And you know what ended up happening to that girl? She ended up being one of the most promiscuous girls in the world. And you know what? I can't put the blame on her.
No.
There was a time where I would have been like, man, I would have called her everything in the book, but I cannot do that. I blame those people that allowed that to happen. It got so bad that they would have the young lady sitting on the same row as the guy's wife.
Yo, what the?
So she ended up divorcing him. Thank God she ended up divorcing him. And I remember, that's why I tell y'all. That's why people always ask me, why did you leave the church? Why did you leave? You know why? Because my life is so much better not being in there. Because I'm not going to be the type of guy that's going to sit anywhere and see all the bullshit going on and nobody calls it out. You still preaching every Sunday. They got the audacity to have this girl go up front during testimony service and apologize to everybody. Like as if she did something wrong. And that motherfucker never apologized once. His parents hid him. His parents hid him. Wow. Oh, but the black church. Oh man, we need the black church. We don't need no fucking black church. We need the churches within us. We don't need no damn black church, because the black church ain't done a damn thing for us. It ain't moved us no further than where we need to be. I saw it firsthand. My friend was having sex with somebody 10 years her senior every Tuesday.
That's nuts. I would kill him.
I mean, bro, he's a pastor now.
He would be a dead pastor.
Or if he's not, because I don't know if his dad, I think his dad's still alive. So he may not be like the top, but he's second in command.
Not my relative. I can't live with
bro. Like, this is what I'm talking about, man. We got like at some point, man, we entrusting our little girls with and I see Zay in the chat. Yeah. Zay, if you want to hit the link, man, come on. Like, we entrusting our girls with these people because they come to us wolves in sheep's clothing. They come to us clothed in the spirit, because I could talk tongues. I could preach to you. I know a couple Bible verses. But meanwhile, I'm gonna be touching your daughter every chance I get. Look at the list. Look at Eddie Long. Look at all the stuff they were doing.
Well,
I mean, I'm done.
I wish I could say my church experience was much different, but there was a guy at our church and everybody acted like, and it's funny, I didn't even know about it until I was an adult. And one girl was telling me about it, and I went around and asked all the other girls that I knew from the church, and they were like, yeah, we thought everybody knew. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's always going to be the one thing humanity will be known for. The second somebody is in a position where everybody looks up to them, whoever that person is going to be corrupt. It don't matter what good intentions you have. I don't know what it is. Bro, that's
I didn't
every Tuesday, bro. That's nuts.
He had a schedule because every Tuesday was prayer and intercession, and her mom would bring her there. I could have been over the summer, so it had to be over the summer, because why wouldn't she in school? But and the girl ended up just being like, and I mean, and what? Like, what? I mean, what? I can't, it's fun. It's fun to talk about these women that love to go around. It's fun. It makes for good content. It makes for good shows. But when you know the story behind why a lot of them are the way that they are, and all I'm saying is, don't be a man in the black community not stepping in when you see this. It's one thing when you were a kid, but you can't now be an adult and know that this stuff goes on and you not saying anything. You can't do that, man. Like, is your kids are at stake. And I remember Mike said something last week too. Mike was talking about the movie Taken. He was like, he saved his daughter. He didn't save the rest of them. But why are we so selfish? We only care about our kids. We only care about who's inside our four walls. What about the other little girls? They said abuse skyrocketed so high during COVID because those little kids wasn't in school, and they were being abused at home. So now with the schools being closed, they right in the house with their abusers.
Yeah.
God.
It's like those are the hidden figures. Those are the numbers that we don't ever talk about. You know why? Because we just love the beef. We love the drama. We love all the other bullshit that don't mean nothing, man. Meanwhile, little 13-year-old girl is trying to figure out what to do with this baby in my stomach. And God forbid she can't tell her mom and dad. So now what? Tupac said it best. Brenda's got a baby. So now she's going to end up going out in the streets, getting with her abuser. And then what? When some man could have been there to put a stop to it. Some man could have been there to protect her. But nah, we ain't gonna be there to protect her because we don't give a fuck. That's what it is. We don't give a fuck. All we care about is the latest bullshit that don't mean anything. Chasing tail. Meanwhile, the little girls just they don't give a fuck. Unfortunately, that's the problem.
You just messed me up, bro, because I hear Dr. Mia in my brain telling me, Michael, you always talk about the what, but you don't talk about the why. And when you said she grew up to be promiscuous, all the girls that ran through my mind from 9th grade, 10th grade, the girls who were just out there, anybody could do whatever. And it's like, yo, that might have been their story too, bro. That might have been the girl who was molested. That might have been the girl who just needed somebody to give a damn. It's like now I look back, and it's sad because the way my brain works, once I'm on something, I can't let it go. I look back and I'm seeing all these people, and it makes me go back to the point that Kev was making. A little bit past what Kev was saying. We need to go to the point where our genitals are golden and we don't just give them away. Because if we felt that way, that girl would have been safer. And I'm Dr. Mia, you in my head today. I refuse to blame the mom. I'm gonna blame that piece of shit. And I'm gonna tell you, like, you better never tell me who he is, because if I get cancer and I know I'm a rap, I already have a list. Nah, y'all think I'm playing.
I feel you. I
get a terminal disease. You better tell them, if I get a terminal disease, I got a list of people coming to keep me company. I promise you. And they not that far from each other. So I'm gonna get a couple of y'all. y'all gonna call me Aria Francis. Cause I got a list and I'm taking you with me. And before I go, I'll be like, Lord, forgive me. I hope I can get that thief on the cross treatment. I'm hoping, but bro, there's too many. God, bro, 13, bro. I don't know what y'all see as 13, but to me, you can't even. If you take the head off, a 13-year-old boy look like a 13-year-old girl to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the same thing. I don't see nothing sexual about a 13-year-old. I don't get it. There's nothing attractive about a 13-year-old. A 13-year-old girl can still take her shirt off and run around. And you wouldn't even, if she had short hair, you wouldn't even know. So I don't know why and he had a wife and kid, bro. I'm thrown, bro.
Mike, and I know this doesn't matter. I know this doesn't matter. And I keep stressing how beautiful this woman was, but I'm just stressing it for a point that there was something psychologically wrong with him. This woman was gorgeous. Like, the fact that, like, I'm just thinking in my mind, like, man, I'd have her locked up every opportunity that I can get. You know, he talking about I'd be trying to keep her pregnant every time just so she don't leave him. Like, and here he is. It's crazy, man. Y'all chime in before I get to this next one, because I'm
13.
They only get worse. I mean, we only got like 3 more to go, but they only get progressively worse. I'm not, and again, you know, I know this is F-bomb free zone, and I'll probably cash out myself, fine, but you know, it is what it is, man. You don't at some point, man, you gotta save your kids, man. You gotta save your kids. And we're not just talking about girls either, little girls. The little girls always get the majority of the focus, but we're also talking about the little boys. And the last video that I'm gonna play is really gonna touch on the little boys, because again, Mike and myself, we shared stories earlier, and you know, and when it was happening, you don't know. It's like you just don't know. So, Yanga, you got anything? You've been quiet for a while.
No, I'm just listening, man. I'm actually enjoying the show. Sitting back, listening to enjoyed it. No, but there was something I wanted to say. Hold on, let me step to the next room real quick. There was something I wanted to say about when you say the church, but that's a whole nother show. You know, we just talk about really just bad character when you talk about that preacher's son, regardless of what he was in. When I say the church is needed, the church is needed to reform itself, and there has not been a social phenomena as far as an institution like the Black church in our community since. The collective power, the movement, the unity of movement, the ability to get stuff done. It's unfortunate that it's been corrupted. But as an institution, as an entity, and not so much just as a moral police, but at least a moral compass, man, I still am one of those people that are an advocate for it. Yeah, you got that type of behavior. I'm saying, and what's even worse is because you have that type of behavior in educational institutions, professionals do it, you know, in every sphere of life. The problem with it being in the church is we do hold our religious people to higher moral and ethical standards. You know what I'm saying? So I get that aspect of it. But as an institution and a force in our development, man, it's hard to deny its power. Or as an institution, it's hard to deny its force and its power.
But Yanga, the book instructs you. The book instructs you to hold them in high esteem, high regard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's why I say, you know, I wouldn't be mad if we did like that, you know, pulled them from the temple and ripped them limb from limb. I love what Mike said. If I ever get a terminal disease, I thought that was clever. Yeah, you know, we should. I'm not saying don't hold them to that, but it's a matter of me throwing the baby out with the bathwater, you know.
Kev,
you're supposed to stone them.
And Mike, not joking.
Wait a minute, somebody echoing. Go ahead, Kev.
Oh, no, I was gonna say I thought you're supposed to stone like pastors and religious people of high power.
They don't read that part. They tell you don't have to do that anymore.
Okay. And then yeah, I did want to. No, you're right. Yeah, I did want to add to what Mike said. And it got me thinking to say that yeah, that's kind of why like I'm a little more lenient on women. I'm sure you think I'm advocating for bad behavior, but I generally feel bad because women live with a species that they want to get protection from, but they need protection from, if that makes sense. Like they live with the people who are capable of abusing them. So when I see stories, you know, like the ones we brought up, you know, where, you know, the dude's doing bad, doing bad. What was that one video where the baby moms was like, you know, I did have loyalty with you, and I slept with your brother. Videos like that, or like videos with the guy, you know, in the McDonald's or whatever it was, that punched that one lady. You know, these are like situations where like it's usually the man that's wrong, and it's usually the woman has to put up with it, you know. And it's sad because sometimes guys don't see like their behavior themselves is the issue, and like the way they think about how women, how do I say it? How women have to live with their behavior, because we put them on a pedestal as opposed to putting ourselves on a pedestal. So when situations like that happen, it's like, well, you know, she did have it coming because she was dressing a certain way. It's not because the dude was wrong. It's because the woman is wrong. I have a lot to say, but I'm kind of rambling right now.
No, I mean it's again, which is part of the reason why I'm so glad you joined the crew. To hear from you are a caper. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But to hear from your point of view, and a lot of times, I mean, like I said at the beginning, you guys didn't hear me say it, but the Mr. Straight Talk, that's a character. Like I literally had to play a character for what I do. A lot of times I don't believe a lot of that women are wrong and stuff like that in a lot of cases. But I do that because it creates great arguments. Whereas with this case, I will absolutely never blame a woman for any man not having self-control. Like I said, I always go back to this. You know how hard it was for me in that debate with Blue to hear him saying all this shit. And when my camera was off in the back of my mind, I'm like, damn, he was right, boy. He was like, we are over-sexualized. We like, it's everything it's like we lead with our dicks. You know what I'm saying? The constant urge for wanting more women. Like I always say, they outnumber us. What? It's 10 to 12 to 1, something like that. Peace, Brian. We wait a minute. Is this Brian the cop that was supposed to come on here with me a couple months ago? But we lead with our dicks, man. It's like we so hypersexual. Everything in the movie, like, yeah, I agree. Women shouldn't be wearing certain things, and I'm gonna die on that hill. Women shouldn't be wearing certain things. You shouldn't come out of the house dressed a certain way. But men, you still should keep your fucking hands to yourself. Dr. Mia always tells me, she always be like, oh, Trevor, yeah, women is the gene. What is it called, Doc? The gene theory, or Mike, you know, she said like women get raped wearing jeans as well as women get raped wearing sundresses. Is because men, we are so we are so hypersexual. Like it's not even that's why Apostle Paul, that's why it's so hard for me to when I shit on the churches as much as I do, but then you'll hear me then turn around and do a Bible scripture. That's why Apostle Paul said it's better to marry than to burn. It's better than to burn with that lust inside that you can't control yourself, and you want to try to jump on every single woman that you see, and then in your insatiable lust, it now makes you go after minors. Like we ain't losing sight of that. It's the attack on minors. Like the attack on minors is appalling. That these men, look at this. Age, and I had a bunch of stats. Ages 12 to 34 are the highest risk years for rape and sexual assault. 82% of all juvenile victims are female. 90% of adult rape victims are females. Females age 16 to 19 are 4 times more likely than the general population to be victims of rape, attempted rape, or sexual assault. Like, come on, man. The shit just goes on and on, man. It's like, it's crazy. And the thing is, most women, when they get raped, I told y'all earlier that they get raped at these young ages. And then, and for anybody want to try to flag my video for saying rape, fuck you. Because I can say nigga all day and y'all will never say anything. But if I say these trigger words, that's what trigger you. That's what get too real for you. No, I'm not covering none of this shit up. We're gonna say it how we're gonna say it. It is what it is. But these women aren't telling their stories until they get in their 40s. And then we wonder why they act the way they act in relationships. And then we're like, damn, she's just tripping. Damn, she just she crazy as hell. Damn, she don't know how to treat a man. Whole time she ain't telling nobody her dad used to fondle her every night when her mom went to sleep. So I hope and pray that my sisters would seek some type of therapy and try to work out whatever issues they have. Peace to the sister earlier who said she didn't need to go through any therapy. That's not everybody's story, man. Like the therapies works, and you know, men, it touches on you. It's hard as hell for a man to say, well, you know, I was sexually molested, and that's gonna be the last video I'm gonna play. But you know, about the men, but it's hard as hell for a man to say, man, I was sexually assaulted. It's easy for me and Mike to say, yeah, grown women used to make passes and advances at us. But how easier would it have been if we would have said, boy, you know, when I was the same age, a man tried to touch me. A man got a little too fresh with me. Y'all remember the episode of Different Strokes, Arnold in the bicycle shop? Or the dude that had Dudley, the camp counselor that had Dudley taking pictures in the nude? Like all that shit, they were showing us all that in the 80s, but we just looked at it because we was like, man, that'll never
I'm mad
happen.
you remember that.
Yeah, I remember. we was like, none of that stuff will ever happen to us. But it's happening every day. It may have skipped us, but guess who's now under attack? Our offspring. Like and at some point, we just got to be like, you know what? Let's to hell with it. Let's be the uncool dad. Let's be the uncool dad, and let's stand out there and be like, hey man, this shit has to stop. Enough is enough, man. Let me play this video from old Ashton Kutcher and see what he has to say, because I didn't even know he had this organization. Where is it?
All across our country. I've been on FBI raids where I've seen things that no person should ever see.
Can you guys hear it?
Video content
of
a child that's the same age as mine being raped by an American man that was a sex tourist in Cambodia. And this child was so conditioned by her environment that she thought she was engaging in play. I've been on the other end of a phone call from my team asking for my help because we had received a call from the Department of Homeland Security telling us that a 7-year-old girl was being sexually abused, and that content was being spread around the dark web. And she had been being abused, and they'd watched her for 3 years, and they could not find the perpetrator, asking us for help. We were the last line of defense. An actor and his foundation were the potential last line of defense. That's my day job, and I'm sticking to it.
Again, I mean, bro, you hear what he said? A 7-year-old girl, you know, men from America, white men, black men, leaving to go have sex with little kids. Let's stop acting like this shit is this shit doesn't happen. Let's stop acting like they don't have all these little sex clubs, underground sex clubs, where they have little underage girls, where you have some creep that could pay money to have sex with them. Let's stop acting like none of this shit exists, man. Like let's look beyond what we could see. Let's look on the outskirts of our comfortable environment. I live a very comfortable life, a really good life. But just on a couple miles up is some bad shit, man. Luckily, I haven't seen any kids out there, but it's bad just the same. So let's stop acting like this shit doesn't exist, man. They are killing our girls. You heard kidnapping our girls. What did Gabrielle Union say? Like, what was it? Like 750,000 black women, or 75,000, somewhere like that, go missing. And nobody says a damn thing. But yet and still, 4 people who decided to pay $250,000 to go on a submarine that they probably shouldn't have went on had 3 countries looking for them, even though everybody knew what the outcome was. Random little black girl goes missing. Nah, her dad got to call her uncles and everything, and they got to go try to comb the neighborhood and find her. You know why? Because I read the stat. They look at black girls and say, oh, they're independent. They're already overly sexed as it is. they're probably runaways. They come from impoverished communities.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're probably, it's probably something that they want to do. That's what they're saying. That ain't me making the shit up. That's what the numbers are saying. I'm not making this up. I read it earlier. They look at little white girls and say, oh, they're not as in tune with sex. So basically what they're saying is the little white girls come from a better house, so they're not more prone to doing this. But because of the condition that the little black girls are in, yeah, they're probably runaways. They're probably willing participants, because that's how we're seen. I ain't gonna get off in that whole thing, but that's how they see us. That's how they see us. I got one more video that I want to play from Umar. I hope Dr. Mia is listening, because I really want her to hear this one.
Me too.
Yeah, I got one more video. I got one more video from Umar, and then I got another one, and then we'll be done. Let me cue this one up. Uh-oh. Nope, that's not it.
Just take your time.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, Nini's saying in 1 year. That's crazy, man. But hold up. Speaking of 1 year, y'all know I always do this. Give me like 60 seconds. I'll be right back.
They gotta feel this inside themselves. I can never make it rain, but fine, I make it drizzle. Digging for some change, I got some dimes and some nickels. I can never make it rain, but fine, I make it drizzle. Digging for some change, I got some dimes and some nickels. Give me the pennies and nickels, the quarters, the dollars, the dimes. Give me the pennies and nickels, the quarters, the dollars, the dimes. Give me the pennies and nickels, the quarters, the dollars, the dimes. I'm broke as a joke and I hope I don't lose my mind. Give me the pennies and nickels, the quarters, the dollars, the dimes. Give me the pennies and nickels, the quarters, the dollars, the dime. Give me the pennies, the nickels, the quarters, the dollars, the dime. I'm broke as a joke and I hope I don't lose my mind. Just got paid, but I'm broke. You think that it's a joke? It's really hard to cope when you feel like there's no hope. When your funds running low and your pockets looking slim, you don't know which way to go or which way to begin. Looks can be deceiving. What gave you that impression? Live in my position before you ask me questions. Why you jumping to conclusions? Illusions is not healthy. Through all of the confusion, I can't find a soul to help me. Stand alone through the rain, stand alone throughout the drought. Dig in my pocket for some change, but ain't a thing coming out. Bills piling up, collectors calling to collect it. All my money gone way before I get.
Yeah, and we're back. Yeah, I see the production value on here gets so good. I will say this. Everybody know y'all, and I before everybody go,
Trevor got a commercial.
I want to thank. I really want to thank the crew for this. I don't. Wayne must have been in a meeting or something, but everybody knows Man Talk Monday is Man Talk Monday is my favorite show. And we get on here every week and we bang and we do. You know, the ladies may think we come after them hard, but we really, really just want everything to be better. But when we do shows like this is really what it's all about. I don't think Man Talk Monday is the best show on the society. That may be Pour Your Heart Out, but this is my favorite.
I beg to differ.
This is my favorite show. Just because this is the one where we really could get on and, you know, do our thing. So next week, I do want to let everybody know next week for Man Talk Monday, it's going to be another special show where we're going to chill on the attack mode again. But next week, the show is going to be entitled The State of Emergency. So we got to talk about this juvenile crime, man. Yeah, like we gotta see Kev. You see you down there. You got to give me a picture without you holding the phone in your face.
Yeah.
So we we'll be talking about the state of emergency, man, because Nini sent me a video and shit just broke my heart, man. We got to cover it next week. So speaking of video, I want to get to this Umar clip.
there seems to be a humongous elephant in the room in regards to the Black community, thing called molestation, right? We're denial about it. We don't want to acknowledge it. Is there anything realistically that can be done to minimize molestation? Because man, it's just like, yeah, these kids are destroyed, and it seems like it's hard for them to bounce back from it.
Oh, it's very hard for them to bounce back. But here's why they can't bounce back. The time between trauma and treatment can be 40 years. You got molested at 8, and you're going to see a therapist for the first time at 48. You see what I'm saying? The core beliefs that trauma gave birth to in your consciousness, how are we going to get them out? You've been operating on those for 40 years. We can get them out, but it might take 40 years to get rid of them. You follow me? So one of the issues is the time between trauma and treatment. If we got them right after they got touched, we can save them all. But if you ain't getting them till 20, 30 years after they've been molested, you can still save them, but it's going to be much tougher. The other problem is the what I want to call it, the society of silence. Sex abusers are expected to remain quiet, and their perpetrators can almost guarantee that they will be, because if I tell my mother my stepfather touched me, she got to get a divorce. I don't know if my mother will ever find a man who she loves like this. You follow me? So I'm going to bear this.
Let's stop right there, because it's a 4-minute video. I don't want to get too far, and plus I need to stop it so they don't try to hit me. Let's stop right where he just said. So he talked about the 40-year difference, but he said the silence is what plays a big role, because kids, and that's why I wish Dr. Mia was on, kids are already thinking like, I don't want to tell my parents because my mom may not find a better man than this. Or we watch a lot of Tubi movies, me and Nene, and a lot of movies that we watch is always a young girl is always getting molested by a family member. And every time, and it never fails. I have yet to see one movie where that little girl or that adult girl told her mom, and her mom immediately believed her. It's always, oh, he could never do this, or oh, you're lying, oh, you're jealous of my man. What was it, Precious? When Precious was telling her mom what was going on, you lying, like I don't believe you. And I be thinking these women know the type of men that they know these men would do that. What the movie, the TD Jakes movie that came out a couple years ago, where Kimberly Elise was the daughter, and Clifton Powell was molesting her when she was a kid, 12 years old. Talking about why you know better than to look so good in those jeans. Like I can't even be an actor talking about playing no role like that, where I had to look at a girl and tell her, oh, you shouldn't be looking this good in those jeans. Molesting, no, and the moms are not believing the child. So before I go any further, what y'all think about that? Like that is a serious problem.
That's part of that no snitching culture. It's definitely part of it. And I think I don't know if it's a permanent solution. I do think it's a step in the right direction, but I think not only just the Black community, but people in general, they just need to start living their truth. A lot of these issues are happening because from what I'm seeing so far is that people are hiding their true selves, their true intentions, and because they're holding it in, it's just coming out in different ways. So in this case, it's sexual urges, because that's one reason why I advocate for guys to tell the truth when it comes to, like, if they want to sleep with a woman. Because when you go about other gimmicks, when you go about other ways and have other gimmicks when it comes to that, it just makes it more challenging for you. And and that also comes in the ties of like seeing women in a light that they're we can curse on you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's dudes put pussy on a pedestal, and that's a lot of these issues I'm seeing. Like they put pussy on a pedestal, and because of that, they go about different ways of getting pussy, whether it be from prostitution, or spending money on a chick, and in this case, it's touching little girls, right? Because they're conditioned to feel like pussy is the top tier commodity, so to speak. So it is sad, and yeah, I do think, like I said, it's not a permanent solution. I don't know if like what would happen if that's the case, but I do think if people were more into telling the truth, and being about their truth, same with women, you know, because I believe that women are just as promiscuous, if not more, than men. And if there wasn't any shaming when it comes to that, then I think there'd be less issues. You know, if a dude is having issues getting a woman, then you know his easiest easiest target would be a kid. You know, but if it was a situation where, you know, sex was maybe more open and, you know, less taboo, then, you know, maybe you can find those women that would be into, you know, whatever he's into. That's my thoughts on that.
My thing is, first, it's sad. I thought it was interesting when he said the time from treatment, trauma to treatment. That's wild. And it's never to belittle this or downplay it, because it exists. And unfortunately, there are women out there, or adults out there who won't believe, you know, the child. Yet, you know, I'm optimistic because we're living in a time, and I run across a lot of people. And then what I do, you know, I deal with a lot of families, a lot of Black people. And I find the relationship between parents, especially single mothers and their daughters, are such that, man, listen, if you cut your eyes wrong at some, you know, I find Black women to be more vigilant because of state of society about, you know, just relationships, about, you know, the relationship of someone they're dating and their children and things of that nature. And like I said, hold on, man, give me a minute, y'all. You know, so, and like I said, it's not that still doesn't exist, but you know, you have to question what goes on in, you know, the relationship between the parents and the child when such an allegation and accusation, because I've seen brothers get jammed when those statements don't even be true. I've seen brothers get jammed because the stepchild doesn't like them and levy that allegation, and all hell break loose. So, you know, I question the relationship between the child and the parent. If the parent starts questioning the child's accusations, you look at, you know, it's just a lot that goes into it. What the reality of it is, it's unfortunate but necessary. But it's unfortunate we even have to have these type of discussions. Super necessary, but the fact that this goes on. And then the last and concluding, and I was glad to hear that you had a video with males. I think that when we speak of molestation, yes, we should point out, especially our young women, because that's one of our precious commodities, our women, but begin to make it a little more genderless. You know, there are a lot of young men being molested, but like, again, that society thing, from whether it be from older women or men, it's still molestation if it's from older women. And like you said, Trevor, there's a lot more male on male molestation than men are comfortable expressing. They were talking about that being R. Kelly, and I didn't watch the whole thing, but someone was telling me that through it I'll find out that R. Kelly had been molested. So we're not making excuses for behavior, because they'll say, oh, you're making an excuse for his behavior. But I go back to like what Trevor said. Well, we said, didn't that young lady end up being promiscuous? because of her trauma, but we don't have that same condition, or that same courtesy isn't extended to men when they're not excusing his behavior, but pointing out what may have been instrumental in leading to that type of depravity.
I agree. I'm glad you said it, because I felt weird saying the stuff earlier that looked contrary to what we were talking about, but it makes sense and you're not wrong. I would like to say, I feel like Umar was talking to me because I was silent and I waited decades to get therapy. So he's not wrong. I'm living proof. But I did want to, I'm going to throw my hat in the cover for Dr. Mia. But in the case of where the kids are lying, so the fuck what? I'll say this. If that kid is lying, then the mother still needs to make that decision. And this is, let's be clear, this is separate from the gentleman being wronged. I'm not talking about the guy. If he was wronged, that's something separate for him and the mom to discuss. I'm talking about as the mom of this child or as the parent of this child. So the fuck what? If the kid is lying, then there's something else wrong. We need to come together and figure, we clear homeboy or homegirl, you're cleared. I'm sorry that you went through this. If you don't want to talk anymore, I understand. But right now, I need to find out why the hell my child thinks this is something to do. I need to find out why the hell my child thinks this is the avenue to go. I need to find out why my child knows that this is an avenue to go on. Like, why do they know that being molested is a thing? Why do they know that? You know what I'm saying? Why is that something in their mind that they know they could say to damage? There's a whole nother group of trauma there, and I need to know why. So even if I love you, ma'am, I'm in love with you, and you're the woman I've been looking for my whole life, my first is to my child, and I need to make sure that whatever's wrong with her or him, I need to protect. That's all I got.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike, and I know, because the whole night I've been sitting here. It's hard trying to toe that line. Like, there's certain things you want to say, but you don't want to say it because you're trying to be sensitive to the situation. But
is this Man Talk Monday or what?
Not today. Today is
You're always so sensitive to the situation. We don't want to be sensitive, man. This is Man Talk Monday, man. Spit it out already.
Here he go.
Sunday.
Here he go.
Say that until I'm talking about the difference between 18 to 15, and then tomorrow I'm a molester.
Yeah. You know they'll do that to you. But let me get. Let me finish. Younger got this look on his.
My point exactly.
For the sake of my mom's happy. You see how that works? I don't want to tell my father his brother touched me. His brother? My father and his brother are best friends. That will kill him, and he's probably going to kill him. I can't afford my father to go to jail. You see that? So children always keep it inside to protect the innocence of the adults who they know are going to be forever impacted by that. So how do you stop a child from doing what they think is right for their parents? But let's go a step further. The number one risk factor for somebody becoming a child sex abuser is having been abused themselves. You know what the second risk is? Emotional abuse and abandonment. Let me tell you what I learned at my pre-doc. I learned that when a child is emotionally abused and abandoned, they have no body. They need somebody. For a while, they use their toys, but the toys can't talk back, can't hug back, can't love back. So guess what? If I'm used to being abused and abandoned, right? Nobody has ever really spent time with me, poured into me. My mom is too into her career, my father into his new wife. I need somebody to love me like I love them, right? So my victim has to be somebody who can't do what? Refuse my advances. I can't afford any more rejection. I can't afford any more abandonment. So I got to find a victim who can reciprocate, but who is totally under my control. That's why the 12-year-old gets the 5-year-old. That's why the 15-year-old gets the 8-year-old, because they are too young to say no. They are too young to go tell. They are too young to resist intimidation. And this is why child sex abuse begins in childhood. If we don't give Black children the love that they need when they are children, they will try to vicariously take it from another younger child when they get older. Pedophilia, child pedophilia, even adult, but we're talking children, at a certain level can be viewed as a drastic attempt to force a loving relationship with someone who cannot refuse me because I never had a loving relationship with my parents who did refuse me.
Deep.
Yeah, go. Yeah, he just. Yeah, go ahead. He said a lot there.
He hit several nails on several heads. That's wow.
Yeah,
Why isn't this guy a bigger deal though? Like he could never get past that plateau.
You know why? The second he started rising, they had a bunch of knives. And they had, you know how I say I don't like the Black church because the second Republicans come around with money, they jump right on. It's the same thing with that. The second he took too long to get a school, or he took too long to do things with money he was supposed to. Yeah, you're a piece of garbage. Same thing with Black Lives Matter. Everybody's like, oh, they tried to steal it and they built houses and stuff. They didn't show us any proof. They just said it. They said it on the news and everybody believed it. Remember that? Some of y'all still believe it. We never saw a drop of proof. They didn't take them to court. They didn't show. I ain't see him in court going, oh, well, you misappropriated fund. I ain't see none of that. They just said it on the news. Hey, Black Lives Matter dude got a Ferrari. And everybody said Black Lives Matter ain't shit. Because that's what they do. The second you look like you're going to do something, they're going to tear you down. The second Malcolm X looks like he's going to be something, they kill him. The second they look like Dr. King, they try to discredit him morally. When that don't work, bow. It is what it is.
Yanga, you look like you ready to say something. Go ahead, Kev, because I think Yanga.
I think it's a little more. I think it's a little more with Black Lives Matter. I think it's a little more. I think that's trivial, man. I think you're trivializing a little bit. I think it's a little more intricate than just that. Sure you know, they came up with a Ferrari or something, but
I haven't seen the proof. Is my point.
Yeah.
I just heard words.
Yeah, we don't have proof of what they did with the money
at all,
like to benefit anybody.
I just heard words.
That's one of the points. That's one of the points in itself. There's no proof what they did with the money. So whether it was for exactly. So that's one of the things that come to question.
But what has been accepted societally? It's accepted societally. They did wrong. No proof either way. But everybody's because it was shown on the news and white people said it. They just went with it.
Well,
them niggas did something.
Yeah, well, I don't know. At least it's misleading. If you're saying that you're for the advancement of Black people, you're doing this, and this money is for A, B, and C, and it's not. We can't prove that you use it on EFG, but it's damn sure not with what you said you were going to use it on. That's the point. You may not, it may not be on the Ferrari or the home, but it's not. It's not where you said it should be.
Well, hold on, because I want to stick to what we're talking about. But y'all know on another day I could pull the timer out. y'all want me pull the timer out? I could pull the timer out. Kev, what were you gonna say? Because I got one more video to play.
Oh no, I was agreeing with Dr. Umar. He said it way more elegantly than myself.
Yeah, you're right. I never thought about him from the childhood aspect of it. That was what really got me, like, the 15-year-old going after the younger child, just because they won't say no. Again, taking it back to the parents being more active in the kid's life. Like yesterday, prime example, my daughter did something. She's just been doing a bunch of little things. So I just pulled her to the side yesterday, and I just sat her down. I put my arm around her, and I just looked at her, and I just was like, tell daddy was wrong. you know, and then as typical kids do, they'll put their head down and everything in shame. And I told her, I said, you never have to put your head down when you're talking to me. I held her chin up and I let her know, I'm like, hey, I'm your dad. Anything you do, you can come to me and tell me, you know what I mean? Because I had to let her know that, like, I'm here for her, you know. And I think if a lot of these boys and girls heard that, you know, that, hey, I'm here for you, I love you, things, I'm not saying it would eradicate everything, but I am saying it would help, because a lot of, you know, I forget which coach said it, but the difference between a pat on the ass and a pat on the back is 18 inches. A lot of kids just need some they just need some motivation and just that little bit of encouragement, and probably keep them from doing a lot of bad shit. So I'm gonna play this last video. This is coming directly out of a church service. As I want to set this up. This is coming directly out of a church service. Very famous preacher. So everybody gonna think whatever they're gonna think about him. I'll give you my thoughts on it after the fact. But I want you to hear what he's saying in the middle of a church service. And I definitely want to end it on this, just because this is a man in the middle of his sermon. He stops to present us with this info. Let me
the ones that hurt you the most. Do you know how much ground hell loses when you pray for your abuser?
Wait, what?
Oh, Lord,
you guys can hear it?
Yeah.
He said, don't talk about it, then pray for yours. I won't say his last name, but his first name is William. I was 4 years old, outside, 806 East Mitchell, Cincinnati, middle of the day, and he had one of his friends with him. He exposed himself, told me to do something. Something awful happened in the front yard while people were driving past. Nobody stopped. I said, nobody stopped. It wasn't the backyard, it was the front yard. I remember spitting urine out of my mouth. And I said, I'm gonna tell my mommy. And he said, if you tell, you'll be the one who gets in trouble. And I held on to it, and I ran. I ran from emotion. I ran from identity. I didn't know who I was. I ran from confrontation. I didn't know what to do or who I was or how to be. I held it for years, Manira. That's my cousin. I held it for years, Safia. So Lord, forgive William for what he did to me. And I release him from the... I release him from the obligation of what he did. And if you've ever been through that abuse, you know how hard it is to get free. But I can't tell you to do it if I don't do it. I've been running from this moment for 41 years. I thought I had been free. But I forgive him as God has forgiven me. I won't be held hostage to that moment for the rest of my life. I'm not running anymore. The next time I go back home, I'm going to that lawn. And I'm gonna thank God that what was supposed to kill me
All right, so I got a lot of there's a lot of symbolism in that clip, and guys, for those of you who don't know, that's Pastor John Gray. I used to listen to him, but I don't anymore. But I remember that sermon. That was one of my favorite sermons that he ever preached. But that, I mean, I just thought that particular part was going to be great for this. And I may come off like an asshole in this. So I'm gonna let y'all go first. Kev, what you got?
I was gonna say it might be better if you went first, because I was gonna say he's better than me. Like, I could understand forgiving yourself, because you know you're a kid, you know, you don't have any way of like defending yourself or like understanding why this is wrong. But I never liked the idea of forgiving the person who does bad by you. I feel like a revenge is the best way to get over your problems. I'm not gonna cap. Yeah, to me, I'll find the dude, but then again, I haven't been in that situation, so I can't really say what I could or couldn't do. I can't say he's better than me, because I just couldn't sleep at night if that dude. I don't know if it's weird, but when I hear the word forgiveness, it's like they get away scotch-free. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if I could sleep at night knowing that that dude is still running around doing whatever he did, or just got away with it. You know what I'm saying? Or at least without confronting me, because I got to get that out of my way. And it's unrelated, but it like I hear like the word abuser, and I think of my parents, and I think of my dad. And he's very like old school Haitian, and he's really like mean and stuff like that. To the point where like my anxiety was really bad, like to the point where like I would like shake at night, like when I'm going to sleep and stuff like that. But after a certain point, like after they kicked me out, I came back to the house and I saw him in person. I'm like, this is the dude that scared me this whole time, you know? And it's not like I forgave him for that stuff, but I forgave myself for like letting that stuff happen, and forgiving myself for making myself feel bad as if I had control of the situation. You know what I'm saying? So, but like I said, he's way better than me, because I'd have to go on a manhunt. But go ahead.
And he knows who the guy is and where he is. So.
That's what I'm saying. But
go ahead. Yeah. Unmute yourself.
Kevin really, man, he really hit on two of the key points that I was going to really say too. That's one is, yeah, it's pretty tough to forgive that type of stuff. And secondly, what do you mean forgiveness? Does that mean not taking action against ensuring that he isn't perpetrating that type of crime against the community, against other children, or doing that? Is that a part of the forgiveness? And then my faith is a little different. I get the whole Lord's Prayer, forgive our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. I get all of that stuff, but I'm just not a big, you my enemy, you my enemy. You know what I'm saying? If you're a blight on the community, you're a blight on the community. Sometimes some people just got to go. It's just that simple, man. They just got to go.
I agree.
Where you at, Mike?
I'm right here, bro. I think by now you guys know I'm team gotta go. I think y'all know
yes, sir.
I get down. You touch mine, your P touch me. There's a dude who spit in middle school. I know who he is. He spit, and the spit got on my arm. And to this day, I still like, man, I should have punched him in this, because he did it by accident. Right. He had turned the spit away, but it got on me. And to this day, I'm like, yo, You think I'm gonna let urine go?
Exactly.
In my bro.
You got to forgive yourself for that because that's not his fault.
You feel me? And Lewis, every day I think about it, Lewis. Every day. And ooh.
I'm team gotta go. I'm sorry.
I want to. Cliff is saying why everyone wants to be the victim. Cliff, I put the link in the chat if you want to come on. So okay. So this is where I say I'm gonna be the asshole. So I believe that the incident happened. I'm not discrediting that at all. I believe.
Oh, you about to say what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
I believe that's why I say I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to be the asshole. I believe that the incident happened. Absolutely. I'll never take that away from anybody. I do believe that it was planned, it was staged, just like everything else. We had this conversation earlier, me and Dr. Mia, and Mike, that even in these videos is always a teaching moment, whether it's real or not. So again, I believe that the incident did happen. And then there's that magic number again. It took him 41 years to get over it. And if you know his history, he's cheated on his wife a couple of times. So we could probably link that to that. But my bigger point is this. And this is why I rail on the church a lot. That's the church that's making him believe that he has to forgive the guy that stuck his manhood in his mouth. That's the church that's doing that.
Oh yeah.
Ain't no, like, literally, he said that I forgive William as God has forgiven me. The two things ain't mutually exclusive. You could never provide the forgiveness that God could forgive. He's literally saying that this guy that abused him when he was 4 years old, he is now going to forgive him. That is Christianity at its best. Christianity tells Dylan Roof Storm that he can go shoot up and kill 9 parishioners in a church, and then the people turn around and pray for him. Christianity is the same thing that tells you as black people that you could be abused and beaten and hung from trees, and then you turn around and pray for your abusers. That in itself is what the church has been pumping in people. It got this guy believing that because God may or may not have forgiven him, now he's obligated to now forgive some predator, the predator and his friend, because he said his friend was next to him. Yeah. The friend could have stopped it. This guy has a history of just cheating on his wife and doing all type of stuff. And again, you can always link it back to your childhood, but I'm more concerned on the fact that he feels that he can't tell his congregation to forgive people if he don't do it first. No, sorry, sir. Everybody in your congregation haven't been molested when they were kids. No, sorry, sir. Everybody in your congregation wasn't molested as an adult. You guys got to stop telling people that they have to forgive people. I hate the term, oh, I'm not forgiving you for you. I'm forgiving you to free me. No, fuck that. Like, come on, man. Come on. You can't violate people to the highest level and then turn around and say, oh, I forgive you because somehow if I don't forgive you, I'm not going to get in the kingdom of heaven.
Absolutely. Well,
why not that person who did the bullshit? Why not he had to come to the forefront and ask for the forgiveness?
Can I jump in there and throw this out there in question to that? Because he's full of shit. He's full of doo-doo. See, he has to push that forgiveness piece because here's the pastor who has committed adultery multiple times. So he needs you to forgive him so he can maintain that lofty position. So he has to forgive William for putting his whole ding-ding in his mouth and pissing in his mouth. You know, because he's pissing in the congregation's mouth.
You know, so I see you familiar with him.
Right. You know, so that's a whole energy. He has to push that energy. If he talks about Like we're talking about it, the first person he has to bring into him to account is himself. And then he has to hold himself to a standard. But if you push that forgiveness, then when he comes in front of the church with the same corruptible soul in himself, but want to present himself as the pastor, the voice of God, you know, he can hit you with the forgive. Remember, I forgave William. You remember what William did to me? You know, I can't tell you to forgive if I can't forgive. So yeah, that's that whole hook and crook.
I've always thought it was weird that the people who go to church don't correlate the two of like, you know, when you do something wrong, there's a consequence to your action. Like if you fuck up in the Bible, God has no qualms about like ruining your whole life or like wiping the whole earth off the map, you know. Same with like the first story of Adam and Eve, you know. God said, don't do this. Guess what? You did it. Now you get it. Now you got to get out of the garden, you know, stuff like that. And it's like, okay, well, why is it, you know, somebody is going to touch you like when you're younger, but you got to forgive them? You know, I never understood that about the church.
And this is when I was talking earlier, Mr. Yanga, about the bell curve endings. This is what I was talking about. There are people who look at religion for what it should be. And then there are people who will always misuse it. And it's the people who misuse it that make it and give it the taint that it has today in many people's eyes. And that's why I broad stroked, and I know you didn't say you were disrespected, but I wasn't trying to, as you know, we grown. But that's why I broad stroke it, because I can tell you now, most of the most hateful things I've heard in my life, I heard in church. Most of the, you know what I'm saying? And it's because not all people in church are there for God. Not all people in church are there for Jesus. A lot of people are in church because they're afraid to go to hell. A lot of people are in church because they ain't got nothing better to do. You know what I mean? And that's what, and I'm not, let's be real. That faint was the fakest thing I have seen. Falcon Crest and General Hospital. Like, who faints but lands gingerly? Bro, you about 3.
Oh, was that a feint?
That's what he was.
Oh, I thought he was doing like the James Brown thing, you know, and everybody. I didn't know that was supposed to be a feint.
You know what? It's Kevin's fault because he took the cape. Kevin kept the cape, so they didn't have the cape to put on his shoulders.
But again, though, like I said,
forgive you, William.
I believe that it happened. But if y'all listen to the whole sermon, he said at the end that wasn't in his notes. Blah blah blah. He didn't expect that to happen. He absolutely did, just because I watched the whole sermon a couple of times. But again, it's the whole point, and it's the symbolism that he would say that this guy that did such a heinous act to him, he has to forgive him. And again, that's what the Christian church pushes. But let me read something to you. It's very funny. Because I love the Bible. Let's see what Jesus says about this. Amen. In Matthew 18:6, Jesus says that if anybody harms one of these little ones, it'd be better that a millstone be hung around his neck and he'd be drowned in the sea. That don't sound like forgive me, William. I mean, I forgive you, William. That's what I'm saying. I don't know where, and I don't want to get way off on this, but I don't know where the church, where that separation came, where they all of a sudden was like, you know what? Let's be forgive. Everybody need to forgive. You know, you could come and you could do all this crap bad, but we're going to forgive you. This man violated a 4-year-old child. And now this grown man is saying the only way I could tell my congregation to forgive is if I forgive William. That's why I agree with what Yanga said. He basically was saying, hey, y'all know all my indiscretions, so I'm about to forgive William right now in front of y'all, so y'all have to forgive me. Like that's the only way. And is Christianity, man, just pushes. Like I have the religious brothers over here all the time, so y'all know that I don't have no problem with religion, because if you read the Bible correctly and you could use it for your liberation, then more power to you. But it's the sissification of it. The everybody had to be included in it. No, that book tells you to off people. You can't get around that. That book tells you what you're supposed to do to people that break laws. You cannot get around that. So now you can't now turn around and say somebody that's violating children, oh yeah, we got to forgive them. We got to forgive them. No, I'm sorry. I can't do that. I can't.
Muslims ain't.
Yeah.
Go to Dubai, try that bull.
Yeah, shit, you can't even yell in Dubai.
What? You feel me? Try that with Muslims. That's why, what? I'm telling you, I don't know what they did to Christianity. I do know what they did to Christianity. They tried to, what's that word? Mainstream it. That's the problem. They tried to mainstream it to make it palatable for the masses to get money and to make their own country, which they did in the Vatican. It's not what it was supposed to be. It got corrupted by people. But this ain't about, that's another. This ain't
it's about control too.
It is about control.
I'm on record saying that had things been different and I wasn't lied to about Farrakhan, that I would have been a Muslim. Like, because I think they're the most disciplined. I just love the discipline. Like, Christianity has zero discipline, but we could, that's another story for a different day. But yeah, fellas, that was damn, we did shorter than I thought, man. I think we did pretty good with this topic. I don't think nobody got crazy. I appreciate sister for coming on earlier, telling her story. You guys kept it going in the chat. Yeah, I think we did a fairly good job with this, man. So y'all go ahead, Yanga, you can go ahead and close this out. I gotta check out your stream that you did about the Florida schools. I do definitely gotta check that out. He froze?
Yeah, he's in another dimension.
Oh yeah, Yanga froze.
Right now, world. I don't know.
Yeah, he froze up. All right, Kev, go and close us out. I think Yanga froze up on us.
All right, well, as my debut face show, it was it's a pretty cool show. I'm gonna say like y'all just.
Oh, he back.
Oh, nice. Okay, well, I'm gonna still say my exit, but yeah, my thing
Wait,
is.
Hold on, Kev. Hold on.
Got somebody.
Somebody join the panel. Hold on, Cliff.
He waited as long as possible.
He waited to the very end so he could say something ridiculous. Cliff,
like,
go ahead.
I'm gonna show up at 8:30 when it started at 7:15.
Fashionable.
You feel me? Ain't got no fashion on.
Cliff, you there?
Okay, you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can't hide. Turn your camera.
Oh shit. Oh, I'm at work. People like to play the victim. Oh, you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Job with Wi-Fi.
Okay. I know I work. People like to play the victim. Like, people will say, "What's my child been hurt or been the victim?" But nobody never say the child was the bully. Nobody never say the child had did something. That's why, like, people got to stop focusing on what if your child did touch another person. What would you do? People like to be quiet about that, but not the other side of the defense. So you got to play both sides. If your child touched somebody, what would you do?
Hey, I think
If your child been a bully, what would you do? So people got to stop being the victim mentality. Someone got to say, hey, step up and point out your child to make sure your child don't do the other stuff around.
So you're saying what if our child mess with somebody? That's what you're saying?
I don't know. You hear me on Wi-Fi?
That'd be a tough convo.
No, it wouldn't. It's the exact same thing I said about the kid lying on the boyfriend. Remember what I said? It don't matter if she lied, it don't matter. Something got to happen. Something got to change. I don't know what it is that made you feel this way. I don't know what it is that made you act this way, but life ain't continuing on the way it has been. Right now is going to be a fork, and the fork is that direction. We gonna find out what the hell happened to you. That's what it is. My job as a parent now is to hell with everything that's not called employment. I'm focused on you. You wanted to be, you were free, you were too free apparently. Now I'm in your, You feel me? I'm in your ass because I need to find out what happened. That is my job. And maybe that's a poor choice of word.
Yanga, I want you to answer Yanga. I want you to answer MD question, but Cliff, go ahead. You on your voice is in, so you could still talk. You're just not your face isn't up. That's fine. Unmute yourself, Cliff. And he would come on at the very damn end.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah, you already heard what I said, or I gotta repeat myself?
Nah, I just responded. You didn't hear me?
Yeah, he at work, man. Cliff, you gotta get in a better spot, man.
Get a job with Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Right.
You guys, you got to get in a better spot. Yang, I want you to answer MD question. What's the government's role in morality in America? I don't think the government can police morality. That's just your parents.
They control the media, so yeah.
I disagree, sir.
Because I don't want to say the word, but the hokey pokey, all government media. How do I say the government control the whole media and overhype the whole. I don't want to get you canceled, but
morality,
yeah,
though, morality. Who teaches you morality? I often say I didn't need a book to tell me that I shouldn't hurt anybody. My parents should have taught me that. Who teaches you morality?
TV.
Yanga, I think you're muted.
Yeah, Yanga, we can't hear you. Yeah, I can't hear you. Damn. Kev, who teaches you morality though?
The TV.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I was waiting for Kevin. You wanted me to speak after Kevin, right?
Kevin's done.
Yeah.
Well,
oh, my bad.
I don't know what question we're answering, but I was gonna say about morality. I would say like for a kid, if your parents aren't there around a lot, or if they aren't really that good at parenting, I would say the TV and the media does. Because I mean, we have little boys copying, the hip hop culture, right? Kids programming, they teach you how to like.
Who the hell breathing so hard?
Spitting. But yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying. The media does have some type of control.
But look at the question though, like what where is it? What's the government's role in morality? So I just me personally, I don't think
they don't have
the government should be policing anyone's morality.
Absolutely. And the government, like you said, they shouldn't have a role. And they should know that. Hence, slowing down on the way that they're going to teach sex education. See, we have to be careful because they don't have a role in the morality doesn't mean they doesn't promote, push, and propagate immorality. And so that's my whole point. They don't have a role in morality, so I need them to be careful in their inclusion into my life that they don't promote and encourage what my cultural lifestyle or how I teach my family would consider immoral.
I think you just contradicted yourself because the government is people and people make morality, so the government makes what they believe is moral. The government decides that certain things are immoral, so they make them illegal, and now morality has shifted because of what the government has done. They don't think the government for many years thought marijuana was immoral, so they made it a class whatever the frick drug. So if you got and the government used the media to seed.
Somebody breathing like what the hell?
It might be. Oh, it ain't me. Is that me? Let me mute my.
Yeah, it was.
It's all right. It's hot out there.
Needs a lot of oxygen.
But the government uses the media to shift the status quo to whatever they deem as moral. For years after Nixon wanted to get rid of black people, marijuana was horrible and blah, 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 blah. But then starting with Clinton, I didn't inhale. They tried to make it, they shifted it for another. So for a whole generation, it was morally disgusting. Then for another generation, it was morally wonderful. And then for a middle generation, it was morally what do you call that? What? Damn it. The thing when you're in the middle, I can't think of the word. Nonchalant. They were morally nonchalant about it. So now you have 3 different generations who feel totally different.
So
now you got 2 that are like, you got one that's like, whatever, I don't care if it is or it isn't. Everybody was doing it. So, but that's
here's the question. But here's the question, Mike. But here's the question, Mike. Should what? Oh well, I guess you did answer the question. I'm answering it. Should the government have more? Right, and I'm not answering MD's question. I think you did answer more adequately. What role does I don't think that they should have a role in the morality standard of the people. But yeah, you answered it. They definitely do. That is the role they play. I think that was well put.
That means I won our first 2 debates.
Well, we didn't debate. I'm answering a different question, Mike. I'm gonna see. Pull out the timer. Pull out the timer. We need timer Tuesdays. Can we get a timer Tuesdays? You need to pull out the timer with me. I'm gonna get another sound bite off your ass, Mike. I'm about to get another sound bite off you, man.
I got nothing but voice for sound bites. It flows out. I got
give me another.
Right isn't always the point.
Thank you.
Being right isn't always the point.
Not always, but I happen to be right 98% of the time. It ain't always the point. But I'm usually right.
Oh boy.
And for the 2%, I got Big Bertha.
So man trying to get me like completely kicked off.
Hey,
so I guess
firearm and I'm in Florida.
I done seen plenty of guys timer Tuesdays. All right, so again, Kev, go ahead and finish. Well, Yanga, go ahead and close out. And there go MD. All right, hold on. So hold on.
2-0.
What's up, MD?
Yanga,
unmute yourself.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me hook up my headset. Give me a second.
All right.
MD owe me $15.
MD got to explain this this avatar to. What did that say?
We can't see it.
It say like no black or something like that. Well, it has an X through the word black.
What is it?
It has an X through the word black. He'll explain it.
Oh, he ain't black. He's ascended.
Spiritual Negro.
You feel? He's Negro Damas.
All right.
What? What's happening? I seen you put the link in the chat, man. So I jumped up real quick.
Yeah, I want you to explain. Like, what do you think as far as the government and morality?
My bad. I got a call. My bad.
Yeah, I was about to say, what the hell is
I'm trying to rub it in that you got business.
Yeah, that's
money night.
No, it's all good. I ain't. Hey, what'd you say, Trev?
So you said what's the government's role in morality in America? So I want to hear it from you. Well,
yeah, I was just wondering. In my opinion, it's just enforcement. If we looking at morality as a certain set of guidelines for the society, who's going to enforce that those rules and regulations be upheld? Is it lawful for you to enforce those laws? Or is it lawful to be a consensus of an ideal or a certain ideology within the morality of the society? That's what I would say.
What is morality?
Well, it's subjective based on the society. Would that not be the right answer?
So you would need the government to enforce just general morality. So where are we getting?
How does the government enforce that? Right.
How does the government enforce morality?
Well, again, so I'm looking at morality based on a certain list of rules and regulations that's universal to the group, to the society, right? When I say enforcement, meaning general ideologies like killing, stealing, what we consider in this society to be statutory rape, that may not be the same in a different society. You know what I mean? Who's the ones that's enforcing these laws? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I mean, it would have to be the government, police. If you steal, kill, rob people,
Okay.
yeah, the police would have to enforce that.
Okay. Yeah. So we're constituting that as morals, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay.
I call it the status quo morals.
Yeah, so in that respect, yeah, because morals. I mean, if you go to the Ten Commandments, don't steal, don't kill. You know, there has to be a force that's gonna enforce that. Like, hey, if you kill somebody, you got to pay the price for it. The police are, so the government enforces that in respect. I guess when I was thinking of morals, I was just thinking of just regular stuff that your parents should teach you, like how to be a good person and things like that. So,
and then what happens when your morals
kill
conflict?
Nobody, right?
Huh?
I said your parents teach you that you shouldn't kill nobody, right? Right.
And
okay.
And then what happens when the moral conflicts? Like we were talking about the age of consent being 16. Suppose in your household that isn't the age of consent. You know, should the government then be in charge of enforcing that and things like the sexuality? Let's look at sexuality. If in your household homosexuality is immoral, you know, should your child be forced to participate in certain things that teach contrary? You know, in federally funded institutions. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that's why I say government has to be. Now, those morals that you're talking about, that I like what Mike says, status quo morals, those things that are just blatant, what they were talking about in the beginning of the program, what you almost would call common sense laws, those things that you inherently know are wrong and that will go against the peaceful productivity of a society, that I think any religious group, any just common sense person would agree on. Yo, you can't walk down the street and kill somebody. Hey, I agree. I think everybody would agree on, okay, let's come together and get a coalition that enforces those things. But there are certain things that each of us hold moral that we should question. Do I want my taxpaying dollars going to the enforcement of these things when they are against my social, cultural, religious, theological beliefs? And so I think the government we have to be very careful. I think that's a fine line for government involvement. Mr. Radical Republican.
It is a fine line, because I was going to ask you, but what's the line in the sands when it comes to morality and justice?
I'll tell you. Let me jump on that. That's my problem. See, and that's why I'm an independent. My problem is the government, the way it's set up, is for the people with the power to make their moralities the right, and that's not the way it should be. I think I don't want to quote the Bible or anything. That's not me, but it's supposed to be what the people do. You know what I mean? When there was a problem, the people handled the problem, but they gave up their power. Because it used to be like they do in Muslim, and there's no such thing as a Muslim country, but they do in these countries that are predominantly of Muslim people. He did what? Let's get together, take his hand. That's what it is. He did what to the girl? Okay, let's go stone her. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the people. But in this country, we've given up our power. We've given up our decision making. We've just said, government, protect us because we're afraid. And all the government does is make things, y'all can't see, they make things to be afraid of, and then they take more power from our fear. That's why I'm not, I guess they would say I'm not pro-government, but that's why, because the government, it becomes its own reason for living, and anything that sees its reason for living is going to feed whatever keeps it alive. You see what I'm saying? So if the government's it doesn't give a damn about morality, it gives a damn about the morality that keeps it going, or keeps it moving, or keeps it growing. You see what I'm saying? It's like in any AI machine movie you watch, the machine starts out like help mankind, but by the end, it's always, you were gonna unplug me because you didn't like my move. I gotta make things to protect myself. I have to run the world. That's what power does. Power.
Shout out to Van Cat in the building.
What up,
Yeah,
Big Van Cat?
we talking politics, Van Cat.
Yeah,
Bring
Van Cat. We talking politics, so it's on you with the tape fist politics. That's on you. You can't say this. I'm the hold up anymore. It's like you the hold up.
So, Mike, basically what you're saying is what you perceive as being rules and regulations that's written by the elites. You want to replace that with mob rules and regulations.
No. What I'm saying is, our laws came from religion.
MD's ass.
Yeah, MD be trying to lay down a piece of cheese. Like, come on, Mike, you gonna bite? You gonna bite? Think I'm grown. But anyway, so what the government's job was to take these religious rules and to enforce them. But what it's become is, because if that's what we stuck with just those basic status quo rules, we wouldn't be talking about all this extra so-called morality stuff. It wouldn't be, hey, you're not wearing your seatbelt, I gotta take money from you. Hey, you were going 55 in a 50, I have to take money from you. These are not moral, these are laws that it created to fund itself, to keep itself growing.
Oh, I agree with that.
Hey, you can't get rid of your baby. Hey, you're not allowed to if you and a guy get in a fight over here where the Bible is okay, you're allowed to stand your ground. But over there where those people are liberal and secular, no guns for you. Those are moral calls. Calls that the government is making. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's not it's not a linear thing. It's just feeding itself.
So you prefer a government or just individuals?
I prefer people doing what they should and being just. But until that happens, it has to be a symbiotic relationship. It has to be, you know what I prefer? Here it is. I prefer that every single term for every single thing is 2 years. That's what I prefer. I don't think there should be lifelong judges who get to sit down and decide what me and my grandkids do. I don't think there should be career senators who, no matter how long they've been alive or how society changes, they can stick to whatever they believed back in 62 to 2020. I don't think you should be allowed to do that. I think fresh ideas and fresh movements have to exist, and I think common sense has to as well. But when there is an absence of both, I'll take fresh over common sense, because stale leads to nothing but what we're doing now: hierarchy, power, and corruption.
All right, hold on. This is what we're gonna do.
We went off the rails.
Yeah, because we don't went way over the rails, which I'm fine with. But my wife, you see, she put in the chat that these oxtail sure taste good, because I cooked some oxtail yesterday, and I need to go get me a plate. So,
hey, you cooked oxtail?
Huh?
You cook some oxtail?
Hell yeah! So this is what we're gonna do. Yango, what time you firing up the think tank tomorrow?
Oh man, let's fire it up. Let's look. I usually do. How do afternoons work for everybody? I'm glad you said that, man. It give me a chance to do a semi-census while I got up there. How am I do my like 2 o'clocks and 3 o'clocks people? I know everyone's at work, but I like to catch you guys. You know, when you really can just listen and jump on my panel for only 10, 15 minutes. Get your ass up there and get going. Go back to work. You know. You say what?
This seemed like a great
over there still at work. I said I don't get off till 4:30.
This seemed like a great
over there, he got his headphones on. He's still making money as we speak.
This seemed like a great This seemed like a great think tank conversation. Because I don't want to, because what we were talking about, and now we're going way over here. Like you know, I don't want to. I don't want to confuse the issue, but yeah. So I mean,
I'm fired up. I'm looking at maybe like 2 o'clock, maybe around the 2-ish. Between 2 and 3 tomorrow, man. Check, you know, let's do something. I'll fire up the grill.
Yeah, y'all make
sure. Me, but you know,
yeah. I'll be dropping Yang. I can hop on whenever.
Yeah, y'all
okay, that's what's cracking.
To Yango words.
Hey, real quick, Trevor. I saw just an hour ago. The chick, what's her name? Carly. What's her name? She released a statement. She released a statement through her lawyer. Yeah, she released a statement saying that she lied. She released a statement today.
Sit down.
I told you she was cloned.
But you know what was so funny? Last week when I raised reasonable doubt, they were like, "Oh no, you can't do that. Why you doing that?" Because shit just didn't make sense to me. But you know, and it's because of women like that. You know, they take away attention from the bigger picture of other girls. You know, so whatever.
So was she with the side dude? Did she lie? Did she admit that she was with the side dude?
Well,
if you didn't check out my show, go back and check out my show.
Yeah, I
you
listened to the statement. Yeah. I heard your show, Yang. I listened to the statement just now.
Okay.
She said the statement that she released, she's still denying that she went to a hotel room, even though it's witness account saying that they saw her at a hotel room. She's standing on her square with that one.
Y'all heard what I said about it?
What's that?
What's that?
To hell with her. How about looking for these missing black girls? I ain't got time for liars, and foolishness, and silliness. Get your ass off camera. She like the chick who said I won $1 billion lotto and was lying just to get on TV. I ain't got time for you children. I need to look for the real children that's missing. She can miss me.
Yeah, absolutely. However, you know, I think the same attention that went into looking for and the sensationalism of her missing should be also at least 15, 20 minutes used to shame her. You know, you can't get off. Absolutely, you can't get.
Yanga, I was gonna shame her on this show, but we took a pivot with this title.
Okay,
so no, I'm not gonna do it.
Okay.
She ain't worth it. She ain't worth it.
Man, she is, man, more than worth it, man. That is what she pulled is horrendous to her parents, to just everybody involved, you know, then to us. And then to pull it in a place like Hoover. And then I say this, you know, well, listen, let me hold it back. We can go on to these. I know Trevor been trying to get to them oxtails. You know what I'm saying? Queen Nene messing with him. Yeah, she didn't send the baby in there to tell him daddy dinner ready. She just put it on the whole chat. So, but let's discuss this. Let's come to and talk about it in the tank, man. But yeah, this would be a good interest.
I'll drag her tomorrow. You fire it up. I'll because I got some thoughts on her.
Don't come over there and get me in trouble with the black woman though. Be easy. Don't come over there and get me in trouble with the black woman. We ain't bring that heat to my.
Tell him it's my fault.
You cool with that? I will, Mike. That's what I love about you. You don't mind. You wear it, boy. You wear it well. You wear them lumps on your head oh so well.
Big facts. I've been getting beat up. You see, if you look at my arm, there was a girl from middle school. I used to yank her pigtails. She was 4'8", and I used to scratch my arm up, and I took it like a G because I wanted to pull them pigtails. It's gonna happen.
Okay. You pay the cost to be the boss.
Big facts.
Big facts. But yeah, I'm
finna get ready to get off. Hey, shout out to everybody, man. Hey, Trevor, you asked me what my avatar was.
Yeah.
What did you want to know about it? Because, like I said, I was getting a call when I heard you say something
what
about
does it represent? Like, there's an X through the word black. I don't see what the word at the bottom is.
Oh. Basically, that's me saying. Well, that's just MD20 on the bottom. Basically, that's me saying politically, we must move away from the term black. Politically. Not culturally, politically. It ain't doing us no good.
All right, y'all gonna start. Yeah.
The affirmative action ruling just proved that. You ain't gonna know.
Hey, MD, MD, did you see
that? But you know what, man? Damn, man, I'm ready to fire up. Listen. Now I'm waiting on tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm waiting on tomorrow like Christmas. Yeah, I'm sitting there like, ooh, I can't wait till tomorrow. I'm waiting on it like Christmas. But yo, there's a group called the Freemen. I did look into that. I'm gonna ask you, do you belong to them? But yeah, we have to discuss that. And I think that's intentional, that whole black thing. I mean, we ain't called shit in the Constitution, but you did give me where to go look. Listen, I'm done. I'm going back on mute. I'm gonna let Trevor get off here.
Dr. Mia said that's a whole different topic. Oh, AMD, did you see that video I sent you?
Yeah, I saw you sent it to me. I'm about to look at it right now.
Yeah. Let me know what you think about that.
All right, I'm finna look at it right now.
All right, peace, fellas.
Right, peace, y'all.
All right,
see you.
Peace.
All right, Kev. Now you could go and close out.
I don't even know what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I mean we Hey, we did 3 good hours on our topic. We stayed on topic, but then the last bit just it's all good.
It's kind of funny. I'm not gonna cap. I do think Carly Russell still got cloned because like how do you disappear and then not be in the hotel but you are in the video camera, and then at the same time, Who Cloned Tyrone comes out on Netflix. Coincidence, but
she would have been better off with my alien abduction story.
Came back with an Eric Cartman probe.
But yeah, more of the story: live your truth and get revenge when it's appropriate. But yeah, you can meet me, you can find me on Kevin the Maker on my Instagram, and then one day I'll put out some YouTube videos. All right, boys.
Hey, Kevin, please check out the channel. I want to talk to you. Please come check. I want to talk to you about this sexual revolution. I know there's always you was talking about, let's make sex not taboo. It needs to be open. I want to discuss with you, young man, this fascination with the openness of sexuality. So that's a whole nother thing, man. Hey, like always, Trevor, great freaking show, man. Shouts out to Straight Talk Society. Queen Nene behind the scenes making things happening. We know what's up, sister. Definitely shouts out, man. And like I said, once again, great show, bro.
Tomorrow, y'all check out Yanga Words. Is all one word. YANGAWORDZ. Yanga Words. I got to go check out the video that you did about the Florida school system. Venkat asked me if I watched it. I got it in my save list. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet. I know you're talking about DeSantis on there, though. You got to.
Aren't you in Florida?
Yeah.
Aren't you in Florida too, Big Mike?
Yeah, I'm
in when y'all watch my video, y'all want to come back and holler at me because I'm what the hell y'all doing? So go watch the video, man.
Don't get me started. You know how many Negroes
All right,
I cursed out?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch it.
The local don't matter. I voted for Obama. That's all. Man, shut your stupid. Don't get me started.
I talk about that on the video. Yo, school boards are electoral positions, But check out the video. Come back, get at me, Floridians, melanated Floridians.
I was born in Brooklyn, New York. I don't know who you're talking to.
I'm peacing out, guys. See ya.
All right, peace, Kev.
All right, I guess it's on me. Like the great Dr. Mia said, look for the whys. I think today we learned, today I learned that not only do I attract hurt people like myself, but I'm now a lot because of her. We talk a lot. I'm able to see people for more than their actions, even though their actions are important, but you kind of want to get a why as to what's leading them to this action that they're doing, with the exception of DeSantis, he could burn. But sorry, I can't help it. But I spend a lot of time, angry at my people because I think we should be better than we are. But I have to admit, we've had a torturous past, we've had a toxic present, and our future isn't looking any better. But me being the ending vision person I am, I think we're pretty much defeated. I think it's a defeatist, but I'm going to do my best after today's show to try to be more positive, to try to see the why, like Dr. Mia says, because like just sitting in this conversation, I've thought of all the promiscuous people I've ever known, and I've never thought why. You know what I mean? I've never thought what would make a person be okay with giving their body to 10 men, or what would make a person feel like they're not a man unless they've slept with every girl in this class, or you know what I'm saying? What could drive a man to get revenge on people by sleeping with their girlfriends? Like that's the only way he sees. He's like, oh, you tried me, I got you. Like that's a sick mind. You know what I mean? That's sad. And I'm seeing it all comes from a place of hurt, which usually happens when we're kids. I agree, baby girl. If everyone committed to their best, the world would be insane. But see, I want to say it'll never happen, but I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say I'm going to try to be a better version of me, and that's in every vantage point that I could think of. I love all of y'all. Once again, if you ever touch my daughter, let's be clear. If I ever get a terminal disease and you think you're on my list, go into hiding, because I promise you, I'm taking you with me. And I think I want to end on the faint, because the Holy Ghost faint was the funniest thing I've ever seen. Bro, that is the funniest thing. One more time.
Oh, man. All right, peace, Yang. Oh, man. Well, Straight Talk Society, there you have it. Another fantastic episode of the Straight Talk Sessions, the Man Talk Monday edition. Whew, 4 hours. I knew it would be long. So let me say this. I started out the show by saying that the name you see, Mr. Straight Talk, is a character that I play. Like, that's the loud brashness, the cockiness, everything like that. It's a character that I play. But behind that guy is just regular old Trevor Johnson. I mean, I'm not afraid to say my name. You guys know my name. A lot of you guys looked it up. You guys put it in your video titles. It's fine. And I just think I think that there's too much foolishness going around in this community. And by community, whether you're conscious or whatever the hell you think you are, you guys need to hold one another to a higher standard. The stuff that I hear going on these panels, I mean, the just outright saying that you're grooming and stuff like that, and the dudes on the panel not checking it right at the door, just letting the person continue to talk. Like, this is ridiculous, man. I mean, these are the predators that are in the community, and they need to be taken care of. I mean, outright. There's no other way I could put it. I can't sugarcoat it, nothing like that. These guys need to be taken care of, because you violate children, you deserve to be taken out. I mean, that's where I am with it. You know, I'm a father of a young girl, you know, and like I said, I told a story yesterday where I thought my daughter, you know, she was inside the house, but she was outside playing with me. And in that split second, she wasn't there anymore. And the way it made me feel, you know, if this was the 80s when I was growing up, I probably wouldn't have felt anyway, because kids do that. They go in the front yard and then they play or whatever. But, you know, the fact that I saw the side door open, the side gate open, I thought she went through the gate. And then I just went into panic mode. And it wasn't even because I thought that she would be irresponsible. It's just because I just don't trust the community. I don't trust the surrounding people around me, that they would do something wrong, you know, because you men and you women have cultivated this culture of snatching kids and selling them, you know, to become sex workers and things like that on the black market is outright ridiculous. You know, we talk about rape culture, and you talk about Umar Johnson saying the 40-year trauma, you know, that it takes 40 years for a lot of victims to speak out, you know, so they're holding on to that. I talked about, you know, the pastor now that I know was having relations with an underage child while being married, while having kids, and the trauma that it caused on that young lady, just going out feeling like in order to express herself, she just had to be free with sex, giving sex up to anybody. You know, you know, we showed the statistics of 1 in every 33 boys being sexually molested, and not speaking about it because it somehow is a ding to their manhood. It's easy, like me and Mike talked about, when we were approached by women But what if it had been different and it was men that approached us? Will we be so easy to talk about it because it plays in on the male ego? I just think as a community, man, and again, I always say this whole gender war shit is stupid, because in the circles that I roll in and what I see on the outside of YouTube, there is no gender war. People keep saying that there is no gender war. I think the fact is the black man and the black woman have a serious communication problem. They don't know how to talk to one another. If we spent more time communicating with each other and learning one another, then our communities would be much better off. And I feel like I hope that we did a good enough show tonight and we shed light on some serious issues in the community. We tried to keep it as straight down the middle as possible. I appreciate Sister Noble for coming on and sharing her story earlier. That's what it's about, man. I'm trying to cultivate a whole new culture around here where this could be a sounding board where everybody could come over and tell your side of the story without being judged, without being attacked. You know, that is what we're trying to that's what we're trying to build over here. And like I say, everybody's not going to be along for the ride. I'm perfectly content with not having the regular crowd as everybody. I say that all the time because it's truthful. I believe that. Like, I appreciate that, Doc. I am so, at this point in my life, man, I feel like this microphone serves best with me spreading the word and getting things out. Yeah, we're still going, Man Talk Monday is still going to be the drama-filled stuff and things like that. You know, we still going to do that. That stuff is fun, but we are going to put a conscious effort to focus more on things that really matter. Appreciate that, Venkat. Things that really matter in our community, because you can't tell me just because your grandfather got your 13-year-old grandmother pregnant that now in 2023 is perfectly acceptable. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me that when the consensual age of sex is 18, it's okay for an 18-year-old senior to be creeping on a 13, 14-year-old freshman. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me that that's okay. You can't tell me that just because young girls dress a certain way, which I have a problem with. I have a problem with the way our young women dress. I've always had that issue. It is what it is. But you can't tell me that just because they're dressed a certain way that you can't display enough self-control not to try to touch them and grope them. I talked about the story that Dr. Mia sent us earlier in Italy, where the judge literally said that it was less than 10 seconds, so it's not considered groping. You can't tell me that we don't have a real people problem, that we don't have a psychological problem in this world. The church hasn't done it. The church has failed. I don't care what anybody says. I showed you a video of a pastor talking about his abuser stuck his penis in his mouth in the front yard, and people were just driving by and did absolutely nothing. And here it is 41 years later, the pastor says, I forgive you, because if I don't forgive you, God won't forgive me. What kind of bullshit is that? Like, that's like literally, that's how y'all mind screw people. That's spiritual abuse, that you could tell a kid that he can't tell, and the only way he's going to get forgiveness is if he forgives that monster. You can't tell me that doesn't make sense. That's stupid. That's stupid. I don't go for that. That's why I don't care about your church. I don't care about your church. I really don't. The church has failed us. The church has failed us. Church ain't moving us forward. And that's just the bottom line. That's just the truth of the matter. Because when you tell a young kid that's being molested in the sound room of a church while her mother's on the altar 20 feet away praying, you mean to tell me that the spirit didn't let that mother know what was going on 20 feet away from her, what was happening with her young child on a weekly basis? You mean to tell me that, like, literally that wasn't happening? You can't get me to believe that. I'm sorry. And then y'all put that little girl up on the altar and make her apologize. Apologize for what? Apologize for falling for a sex crazed monster, a sex crazed animal? Come on, man. What is wrong with y'all, man? Why do y'all protect these monsters? You know, your kids telling you that Uncle Charlie's been touching them in a way that's uncomfortable, and your word is, oh, you know, he's just like that. Oh, don't worry, that's just Uncle Charlie. He don't mean anything by it. He don't mean anything by it. Instead of stopping it at the beginning when you hear about it, and now it materializes into something later, you wonder why your 10, 12, 13-year-old kid is now pregnant, because Uncle Charlie didn't mean anything by it. He was just playing around. You wonder why your young boy is now questioning his sexuality. He doesn't know if he want to be a woman. He don't know if he want to be a man. He don't know what the fuck he wants to be. You know why? Because somebody touched him when he was young. You sent him to summer camp. You sent him to church Bible study, summer Bible camp when he was young. And somebody who he trusted, somebody who was in a position of authority, abused that authority and touched him. Now he's walking around with a purse because he thinks that he's supposed to be a woman because he was violated. Y'all don't ever want to talk about that type of shit. All you want to do is walk around and do drama, walk around and do beef, walk around and do all the bullshit that doesn't mean anything. Meanwhile, our kids are out here dying. Our kids are out here struggling. Our kids are out here crying for help, and there is nobody listening. Because we're too busy as adults living our own lives. We're too busy as women living our best lives. We're too busy as men trying to be passport bros, going to other countries to have sex with underage kids. That's the shit that y'all doing. And then you disguise it as, oh, I'm just living my best life. I'm 50 and fabulous. I'm 40 and fly. I'm living my best damn life. Well, I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that. I have a serious problem with that. I mean, forgive me that I may curse a little bit too much. That's what they say. That's why I can't get a certain crowd over here, because they tell me I curse too much. That's fine. That's fine. I'm okay with the crowd that I have. Everybody tells me, oh, Trevor, you can't say those certain words. You can't call out. You know, people were born that way. People were born gay. You can't just say, Trevor, you can't think in your mind that maybe a little boy was touched and maybe that's the reason why he now thinks he's a woman. No, Trevor, you can't say that. You can't say that, because it goes against every single thing that we're trying to put in people's mind. It goes against all the brainwashing that we've been trying to do. Trevor, you can't say that this girl has a body count higher than we could count because maybe when she was younger, her uncle touched her. I played a video where a woman said that when she was 12 years old, her dad is the one who molested her. Her dad bent her over and raped her. It was her dad. Like that. But no, you can't call that out. Why? No, you can't call that out. No. Let's talk about who has the biggest car. Let's talk about who doesn't have money. Let's talk about what celebrity A did this. Let's talk about who's going where. Let's talk about the next thing that we're gonna buy. Let's talk about that. There's always a time for everything, man. But I just feel like the time to protect our kids, like if the kids don't mean anything to you, then stop having them. Just say fuck it and don't have any more kids. But if the kids truly mean something to you, then you owe them to try to protect them. And that's all I'm saying. You know, I don't apologize for whoever I offended with all my F-bombs tonight, because I told y'all that I was going to be dropping a bunch of them. It is what it is. You know, I'll never get those crowds that I'll never get those interviews that I've been seeking, because they say I curse too much. You know, it is what it is. And next week we'll go back. The F-bomb rule will be back in effect and everything like that. But, you know, but for tonight, I gotta be me. This isn't Mr. Straight Talk talking. This is Trevor Johnson, just regular old Trevor Johnson, husband of one, daughter, father of a young girl, protector of my family. I'm the protector of my family. I mean, it is what it is. God forbid. And I always say my biggest fear is that anything would happen to me before my daughter gets married, and her husband, before I hand her off to her husband to protect her, because I'm my daughter's protection, and that's why I do everything I can to make sure that my girls are safe. Like, I mean, it is what it is. And if a lot of you guys start thinking that way, and a lot of you guys protect, I heard a minister say one time and it was a minister from the Nation of Islam too. It wasn't even Christian. Say, man, I should have been a Muslim. He said that our most precious resource is the black woman. And we've shit on the black woman at every turn. Yeah, y'all know me as a manosphere guy. I call women on their bullshit, but I'm not stupid enough to realize that the black women have been standing in the gap in a position that they had no business being in because we haven't stepped up. I'm not stupid enough to not realize that. And I'm also saying that we need to protect them. We need to protect our boys, our little boys. We need to protect our daughters. I was sent a video today, and we're going to play it in 2 weeks, where a young kid, I think he was 10 years old, his mom brought him to the strip club, and he's throwing dollars. First of all, he shouldn't have been allowed in there, but I guess she's a celebrity, so the rules don't apply. But you have just now introduced this 10-year-old boy to money, correlating money with sex. That's what you have just done. The stupidity of that dumbass to not realize what she just did. Correlate money with her son to sex and what role that is going to play on him in the future. I'm looking at the clock. I went way over time. I went a whole hour over time, but I think some things were said that needed to be said. I appreciate everybody that came through. I appreciate everybody that's going to listen to the show in post. Y'all make sure this Wednesday and check out Wrestling with Reality. I will be going over, along with the crew, Blood and Guts from AEW 2023. We'll be going over that this Wednesday. It's an AEW show that I actually watched, so I'll be giving my thoughts on it. Then the following Monday, next week, Man Talk Monday, we'll be talking. The title of the show is A State of Emergency. I was sent a video, and y'all could always send me any videos or clips or any topics you want me to talk about. Straight Talk with Trevor at gmail.com. The Straight Talk Society on Facebook. I want to say is Straight Talk Society on IG. I think so. Straight Talk Society or Straight Talk with Trevor, one of them. You can send me any videos or anything you want me to talk about. We'll get to it eventually, but we're going to be talking about the state of emergency with all our young black boys being caught up in the juvenile justice system. Then that Friday will be the debut of the Straight Talk Sessions After Dark. It will be the show where the unadulterated show, late night conversations, where we're going to have an open conversation about all things adult centered. So looking forward to that. That's going to be a once a month show. But yeah, I think we covered more than enough tonight. I appreciate you guys for sticking with me for so long. Y'all make sure and like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Share the video, leave your comments. Let me know, let me know what you love. Let me know what you hated. It's all good. So peace to Mike. Peace of Kev, peace for Yanga for coming on the panel, peace to MD for coming on the panel. Y'all make sure and check out Yanga Words tomorrow. We're going to finish up that political conversation. I think he said around 2:00 tomorrow. So you make sure and check that out. I think that's all I got. Y'all check out that Pour Your Heart Out from this past Friday. They discussed the vagina monologues. Tremendous episode. I learned a lot of things on that one. So Straight Talk Society has something for everybody. Oh, by the way, forgot to tell you guys, Zay and Bones now want to do a weekly MMA show also. So if I already wasn't busy enough, now we're going to be doing a weekly MMA show, because it's just like with this show. all of the news goes on, and then we miss it for so many weeks, and then you have to try to cover it all in one show. So we want to do like a quick 30 to 45 minute weekly MMA show. So I don't know when that's going to be, but we'll figure it out nevertheless. I'm still waiting for Venkat to lock down a time for Tape Fist Politics, so y'all look forward to that. All right, been running my mouth for 4 hours, so I'll leave you with these words. Always seek out the truth for yourself, because if not, you'll fall victim to other people's interpretations of them. Until Monday, peace.
Why are you so aggressive, black man? I'm like, it's a no-win.
Always aggressive black man.
What's up, man?
Wayne.
Mike.
Oh, okay. Hey man, cut the sexiness out, man. Ain't no women on the panel. Man, we on here talking all sexy.
He just goes on. He just went off on you like that, just for no reason.
Yeah, man.